Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of High on Politics. We are an hour late because I had some technical difficulties, not gonna lie. Yeah, this kind of sucks. It looks like that there is something going on with the internet just overall. Not sure if you guys are experiencing any issues, but I got this weird warning that there was like a geomagnetic storm that might be screwing with Google Docs and stuff like that. So it's been kind of rough. But what up, Batch? Good afternoon, Josh. How's it going? Thank you for joining us today. Yes, we are going into it today, but the nice part is this is going to be kind of like a normal show. It's get this. It's a slower news day. In the context of everything that we have been living through, and you know, the day-to-day news coverage today is a little bit lighter. Things are so cold in Minnesota that the protests are essentially put on hold. I know that you have a few people out there, but there's really nothing going on. I think they're pretty much doing the same thing that happened in Portland, where they want to continue the whole thing, just to kind of have like the what's the word I'm looking for? Like, so they could just kind of say like, this protest has been going X amount of days. So, you know, let me get the multi-chat up. Dude. Okay. Streamlabs is a cess fucking pool. I'm so sorry, guys. I might be going, I don't know. I might be going somewhere, like, what am I going to use? OBS or StreamYards? They're just as bad. Like, man. It's annoying. But when they said we could see the northern lights all over Canada, I knew there must have been a huge solar flare. Yeah, there's something going on. And I'll tell you what, it's definitely affecting my stuff. Like I said, you guys be vigilant about that. Also, just so you guys know, I did a little Terminator timeline situation today. So when you guys go and watch my live show over on this space today, it is technically not live. It is still exclusive content. I put something really cool together. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Definitely look forward to that. It's a little more spicy than usual. As far as, you know, we're going through something a little more controversial. Also today, guess what? Cam James dropped the TYT vid, so I'm pretty excited to get to that with you guys. You look like, oh, that's nice of you. At least it's not your standard fare of, are you trans? Mom's basement, blah, 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 blah. But nope, not pro ice. Not pro ice at all. Let's see. I got nothing. I mean, that's the weird part. In the last few weeks, to have a day where ice is not like taking over the news. Also, I will say this too. Like, this is happening on right-wing circles that I've seen. Apparently, you know how like they were talking about that church and stuff like that? Yeah, there's a reason that they're kind of letting go of that. Same with the fraud in Somalia. Like, they don't ever do any follow through. That's why you hear about this so quickly. It gets the base energized, and then they have their talking points, and then they just kind of throw you know, again, the base out into the comment section. And by the base, I mean the Russian bots that are definitely plaguing most social media right now. And I do find it funny that even guys like, you know, Tim Pool and Candace Owens and some of the right-wing commentators have woken up to the fact that, yeah, a lot of their engagement was bot-driven. I personally think that that was a big factor in Tim Pool pivoting. Now, to bring up Tim Pool real quick, he was so full of shit when he said he was quitting, and we should have all called it like that. I mean, I know I did, but I saw too many content creators kind of giving into it where they're just like, oh, no, Tim Pool, he's all right. He's all right. Can you actually give me a non-emotional reason why you allow illegal immigration? Yeah, to grow our nation and make it better. Add them to the flock, because if you start, you know, bringing in people who are willing to do work that a lot of other people are not for wages that we, you know, other people are not, and by other people I mean white people. And trust me, man, like if you're gonna like get to this point, I'm going to have to speak to you like in words that you'll understand. You're going to end up paying if you get rid of all the illegal immigrants. You are. You're going to end up paying, whether it's for produce or you're going to end up because if we don't start picking if we don't have people to do that, then we're going to have to start importing it. So we're going to have to pay for that. But no. Illegal immigration right now, as it stands, you do understand that a lot of these businesses benefit from the labor from illegal immigration. So why do you always focus on that and not the people employing them and giving them incentive to be here? It's almost like there's a problem there. Do you agree, Foxhound, that maybe, just maybe, we should prosecute the people that are hiring them and we should take their money? Because they pay taxes and don't receive benefits? Yeah, that's also a big one. They don't see that, though. They see, again, they just see this person is here, therefore that is bad for me because I don't like the way that brown people look, or I don't like the way that, you know, their culture is making me feel. It's always the same lame-ass bullshit. And it's always steeped in white supremacy, and if it wasn't, I wouldn't call it like that. But it is. It always seems to be the same bullshit. Non-emotional argument. You know what? Same to you, buddy. Can you give a non-emotional argument that would actually, or not even argument, can you lay out the framework that you would like to see to give them a pathway to citizenship? And can you also, you know what? Fuck this. Explain the pathway to citizenship the way that you think that it works, and then what you would do to change it. Since you're sitting here you're the bastion of critical thought today. Because they can pay them less than minimum wage. Apparently, I mean, a lot of America runs on that. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a bunch of these businesses claiming like, well, we can't find people to do these jobs. Melania is an immigrant, proving that they will do the jobs no American will do. Yeah, no shit. I don't care about any of that. Yeah, of course you don't. Of course you don't. Yeah, you don't care about the substance behind it. You don't care about the fact that there are humans and families there or any of that. You do not care. You only care that your family came here the right way, even though they didn't. Statistically, they didn't. Your ancestors at some point contributed to the stolen land that is America. So you have, honestly, just as much right. And this is where, like, the protesters do have a point here, where it's like, you guys sure ignore the history of America and the fact that America is not even that fucking old, but you're not arguing in good faith. Fuck you, dude. You want to see bad faith? I could easily just be like, yeah, done. Because you don't care anything about that. I care about these people that are being abused in traffic. Shut the fuck up. Do you? Do you? So are you out there saying, hey, I want the Epstein files released because, you know, human trafficking is something that that's your cause, right? You're saying that you care about this. You care about the trafficking aspect. Draconian immigration laws create human trafficking and abuse. Yeah, exactly. Notice how he even said he doesn't want to talk about any of that. He only wants to talk about the problems that are from that system, but okay. Another day. Yes, Bandit, another day. We are in it another day. Thanks, Pep Talk. Pep Talk, give me the truth there. Hey, Ken, how's it going? I appreciate that. Pretty much all land is stolen land, you effing idiot. Ah, is it though? And are we going to do the thing where now we argue about the whole, imperialism thing and, land back movement? That's my favorite part. Because it all comes down to the fact that they feel like they have the superiority to just be like, no, you know what? My ancestors did it the right way. Therefore, nope. Concord is what happened. Let's stop being sped. What are you talking about? Anyway, balsamic vinaigrettes. We can care about multiple things at once. Native Americans aren't native to America. Yeah, they were. What are you talking about? Wait. What are we? So do we want to go back to like who migrated here first, kind of shit? Because again, you do understand that you guys will always lose this argument, right? Like the way that we came to America and what we did to acquire America involved the genocide of a lot of people. Plain and simple. We came here and we stole this land, man. And then we built on top of the graves, which, you know what? That would explain why our experiment isn't going to make it past the 250 year mark. I really don't think it is. I think that it ends at 250 if you want my honest assessment, because with what happened in Davos, and this is fine. You guys can continue having your little culture war arguments while the rest of the adults in the room are paying attention to what's happening with the economy and the global economic forum. Because what happened just this week, we now have definitive proof that America is losing its influence. We are just ceding territory left and right to China. And then we're bitching about it. We're just like, why is China getting so much attention? How come Canada's allowing Chinese EV vehicles to come in, or EVs to come in? Like chai tea. I think you want the United States to collapse. If that was the case, then I wouldn't be sitting here fighting with your dumbass, and I would just throw my hands up and say, let's go. I would just treat it like I was sledding, because right now, this is definitely a fucking nice snowy hill. But he's going to go back to the land bridge like a disingenuous ass. Oh, he already... Yeah, I have that pulled up, that he's talking about Panama. Like, trust me. What's up, Serena? I wish someone would have gave Trump a copy of Civilization 7 or something. Yeah, well, yes. Could you imagine him? I found this game, Civ. You ever heard of it? It's very cool. You got to make your own cities. All of a sudden it's just like, hey, what happened to Trump? How come he hasn't made any public appearances? And that's the secret, is he figured out how to play Civ, and all of a sudden he starts making decisions that make sense. But the only decisions that he makes that, if you put it in the context of he is being played by a foreign power to make these decisions to further alienate us and push us out of our global influence, and yeah, you know what? At least you amuse yourself at Foxhound. I bet your sister mom is impressed by you. Nice. China has been working with Canada. That was one of the reasons for the tariffs on them. Oh, yes. That's one of the reasons. It has nothing to do with the fact that he was throwing out arbitrary fucking numbers and then expecting nothing bad to happen from it. And then the global economy, because nobody can trust him, they kind of went, yeah, you know what? We want to go with something more stable. Like, dude, we're about to be pushed off the fucking petrodollar. I hope you understand how much that is going to suck for America. And honestly, Foxhound, yeah, if he does that, then guess what? That's the collapse of the United States of America as a superpower. At that point, yeah, we're fucked. Better learn Chinese there, homie. Trump is the dumbest person on the planet. Jeremy Stark, yes, he is. He really is. And the fact is, here we are, stuck with him. Why do you guys insult people who disagree? Oh, shut up. I can't stand. Listen, if you want to play that game, then you can start defending everybody in chat anytime you see a right winger come in here and start being insulting. Until I see that from you, and no, you can kindly shut the fuck up. You didn't even vote for Trump, haha. Okay, well, then I don't understand what you're even doing here. What am I doing? What's up? What's up, oh well. Hope you're doing well. Trump for another term? Yeah, have fun with that one. He's not even gonna make it. Like, honestly, I don't think he's gonna make it through this one. Did you watch any of his speech yesterday? Seriously. If you guys want to sit there and transcribe every mistake that Biden ever made speaking, you might want to check out the speech from yesterday. It was something. Yeah. The diaper is so stinky, all of his cabinet says. I mean, Pep laying down the law today. Spicy, righteous Pep. Let's effing go. Yeah, you know what? At this point, I don't care anymore about this. Like, if these are the things that they want to engage with, fine. You're not engaging in reality. You're not, like, you think that you're engaging past your bubble, which you're not. Better than Biden? Not really. Objectively, he's not. The economy is still, 1 year into his presidency, economy still sucks. So stop with that, dude. No, it's just, it is a fact that he is failing. He is pushing us out of our global position as a superpower, which you guys can keep ignoring that. You think that the strongman shit is based and cool without looking at the fact that he just walked back the whole Greenland threat, because you know what happened? The adults in the room, the ones that, you know, run their nations like actual fucking adults, they sat him down and said, hey, by the way, we already had a bunch of stuff in place to give you some bases. Like, you've already got a base here. We were going to give you more. We were already in it. We already had a treaty here. We already had this. We already had this. And he just went, oh, you know what? I win. Like, but some of the dumbest people out here look at that and go, yeah, you know what? Dudes are great. Dudes are awesome. Awesome. Things can't be changed overnight. It has been a fucking year. You guys could have said that through the first 6 months. And no, you don't get to do that when all I heard was 8% fucking inflation rate. 8% inflation rate. Biden did this. Biden kept things locked down. Blah, 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 blah. It's the same, dude. No. You know what? Your boy's in power. You get to hear how shitty he's doing. And then you get to kind of sit there and go, why? Why does everybody like keep saying mean shit about him? How come the only people that really sit here and suck his dick, they're always like saying the same bullshit, but it never is really applicable to like your practical reality. Again, everybody on Fox News talking about how great the economy is. I'm telling you right now, no one in America that doesn't make a couple $1 million no one's buying that. Most of your average Americans are just going, nah, things are fucking expensive. Eggs are back up. Everything's going back up. So the few dips that did happen, yeah, turns out that they didn't mean much. Also, the housing market. Oh boy, are we going to get to that one. Taco backed out again. Shocker. Yeah, shocker. People thought he was going to go to this freaking thing in Davos, which, again, how come the conspiracy theorists are not talking about the fact that he went even? I thought that this Klaus Schwab guy, like in like the, what is it, the EMF or whatever? Come on. Or the EF, what is it? Economic? I don't even fucking know. World Economic Fund. There he is. The WEF. That's what it was. Because I kept hearing a bunch of dudes like, yeah, the WEF. The WEF. I'm like, the WEF? What? Because I thought that they like had a speech. Howard Lutnick. It was Howard Lutnick. And he kept saying the WEF. The WEF. And I'm like, does he have a speech impediment? And he's trying to say the left? I was like, oh, the WEF. W-E-F. Oh, that's what these rich fucks call it. Interesting. Is it only 57%? Must be a CNN poll. What poll? So what's your explanation of 57% of the country supporting Trump's immigration actions? Well, I'm going to call you on your bullshit, because here on this program, we like to pay attention to what, Harry Enton and his magical board of numbers. And I can tell you right now, no, that's not the case. After 1 year and ICE's heavy-handedness, and even after Renee Good, no, it has plummeted. The guy has under 40%, which that doesn't work out, and it continues to drop. Independents have completely abandoned his ass, and they do not look at what he's doing with immigration and go, yeah, it's based. Nobody is looking at that, and like the jackboot fucking thugs and like the heavy-handed tactics, they're not looking at that and going, great. The only people that are the ones that are a little bit racist, that are very comfortable because you know you're not going to get targeted right away. Just wait, though. Just wait. Just wait till you see one of your Polish neighbors or something like that. Just wait. Just wait till it comes to you, because I keep saying this. It's going to happen. Eventually, it's going to turn on you. I know you don't think it is, but soon enough, the people in power, they're going to abandon the right-left principles, and it's just going to become, oh, you're not being a good little slave laborist. Guess what? We're locking you up. Foxhound, you aren't very smart, my guy. Nah, he really isn't. I mean, he came in here like thinking that he was spitting fire. And it turns out that, yeah, he's just got halitosis real bad. I'm not racist. I just don't want criminal aliens in this country. Well, then you should be upset that I think it was something like 68% of the most recent arrests had no criminal record. So it's almost like they're wasting our tax dollars arresting people who do contribute to society. But by your logic, you're like, they're here illegally, therefore they just need to go. That's the crime. Fuck you. No. Dangerous criminals, that's like gang members and, people with a criminal record. Why are people not... Like, why aren't they going into, like, the high gain traffic areas? What's up with that? How come they only kind of stay in these safe zones? That's a little weird, gonna be honest. They broke the law by coming here illegally? No, they didn't. No, not really. You break the law every day. You do understand that, right? You do understand that, like, civil infractions, like, if you jaywalk, if you've ever walked across the street, just randomly, then you have committed just as serious of a crime. That's what you need to start looking at. You're a disingenuous little fuckwad who keeps saying that shit, not offering any pathway to citizenship that would give them a little bit of a, not waiting 10 fucking years, because you're also doing this thing where you're ignoring the fact that we are getting rid of people that have green cards, that have been here as naturalized citizens. But you want to ignore that because it's inconvenient to your narrative. You guys are believing hook, line, and sinker that the Trump administration is just getting rid of the bad peoples without, I don't know, ever looking at anything outside of whatever reality you're creating for yourself or you're letting them create for you. It's fucking insane, dude. TikTok is banned in the U.S., everyone. Everyone on here is committing a crime. What are you talking about? No, TikTok is not banned in the U.S. Not anymore. Although Trump never did rescind that law, did he? He just, ignored it. Home Rose. Trump is a vile S abuser. Well, yeah, don't spam that, because honestly, even if you do agree with me politically, that doesn't help my channel. So, yeah, if you guys don't want your comments deleted, then maybe refrain from doing that, but okay. Yeah, technically, it's like, yeah, I could allow, little blue potato here, but, yeah, you start spamming the other stuff, then I gotta downloading MP3s. God, could you imagine if, the Napster shit was happening? I mean, dude, he signed an executive order to open insane asylums and mental institutions again, which I'm not sure if you guys understand this, but there's no infrastructure there for them. So now... That's more money that we're going to have to commit. So that's more tax dollars for you guys. And I'm not sure if you understand this, but because of the way that he has been labeling mental illness, this is where you will probably see oh, they're going after the left because they're mentally ill. And you guys are going to buy that shit. You guys are totally going to buy that shit. And honestly, I'm here for it. I'm here for me, like, to call you guys out as just being fucking fascist little fucks. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing that we have to share a country with a bunch of people that would gladly see us get locked up for our political opinions. Meanwhile, I have, consistency in my moral beliefs. So even if that happened to you, I would feel like, no, that's not okay. I would protest on behalf of that, which that kind of sucks sometimes. And I get angry at that, where I'm just like, God damn it. Like, why do I have to always be consistent? Sometimes I would love just to see the jackboots hit your fucking neck. But then, nah, the American in me, the true patriot comes out, where I'm like, yeah, you know what? I may not agree with their politics, but God damn it, I don't want to see them locked up for their political beliefs. Fuck. The right respects freedom of speech. Yeah, sure you do. Sure you do. So you might want to read that First Amendment and check up on that whole protest section, because every time that you guys see a protest, you guys call it a riot, which there hasn't been a single riot in all of this. Even after Renee Good got killed, not a single fucking one. Weird how that works. Weird how these violent leftists constantly have millions of people showing up to these fucking protests, but they never devolve. What's up with that? It's almost like the people that would instigate that kind of violence happen to be in the ranks of ICE right now, so they don't have anybody that they could pin it on. Also, you have a bunch of people that are being vigilant about it, so they're stopping the violence before it even happens. It's called self-policing. Cars are in the street is not a riot. No, that's not a fucking riot. And if you believe that, then you truly are, like, dumb as a box of rocks. And there's no helping you. Honestly, I don't even know why you're in my chat. Like, you're fucking, you're retarded. Plain and simple. I know that I got people in my audience that don't like it when I use that word, but I'm sorry. That's the only thing that resonates with some of these people, is just, like, getting called something that, number one, like, watch. It's like, oh, you guys, you're going to have to apologize to your base. Yeah, I probably am. Which, I don't know. Maybe we need to calm down on the word police stuff. We already check who's coming into the country. We've done that for decades. Yeah, it's almost like we have a whole process for it that you're just ignoring. Like, the fact that it is broken and the immigration system is broken. There it is. I was waiting for the is he trans thing. Okay, Johnny Rockets. First bot of the day. Calling names, that's the left's number one tactic. No, but I will say this, that your IQ is definitely, I mean, you love ice so much, your IQ is ice temperature. Riot's kind of blanket term for civil unrest. No, it's not. No, it's not. You can sit there and try and mince words, but no, it's no. Civil unrest is now considered to be just, that's a riot to you? So what was the January 6th then to you guys? If you don't mind me asking, was that just civil unrest? Was that practicing your First Amendment?
At Bandit and Txi $5. Peaceful protest. Look at these rioters. Jan 6th. Wow, First Amendment.
Yep. Personal attacks, didn't see that coming. Where I went into a leftist stream and the host actually roasted me and he made fun of me before I could make fun of him. Jesus Christ, cry harder, bitches. Like, God damn. Are there any more victim complex motherfuckers in America than some fucking right-wingers that spend all day on the internet? Like, holy shit. You guys come in here and do nothing but cry. Fucking A. You don't ever try to understand the argument. You want to talk about bad faith? You guys come in here trying to fucking hate me, which I do kind of find that funny, where it's like you plan on hating me the second you see me. Do you know how many times I've had that, where people just come in here and they're just like, oh, you must be one of them libs, blah, 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 blah. Getting rid of all the fraud is bad. Oh, you mean, again, so Trump, Since we want to talk about fraud in schools, well, okay, well, Trump University, there's proven fraud right there. We got a lot of fraud that we can start looking into. Insider trading on the Republican side and the Democrat side. Go after Nancy Pelosi too. Get them. The trans comment got me. No, the trans comment made me laugh because that's like one of the bot comments where I'm just like, okay, there's that in Mom's Basement where it's just like, dude, it's almost spammed by like multiple accounts. So if you're trying to prove that you're not a bot, maybe don't make the same comments that bots do. Everybody get ready, because if we break into a war, every single American is drafted. That's not how that works, but okay. Do you guys ever read the Constitution or any of the laws that govern you? Ever? You guys have a lot of confidence in thinking that you know how immigration law works and how our actual like procedural law, our fucking like our civil law. You seem to have very little idea of what our actual rights are, but interesting. But yes, K-Dog, to your point, no, that's not how that works. Although the ones who are in chat spamming love ICE, love all this, again, love how they're not signing up for ICE because they are cowards. They are cowards. They know that this will ruin their lives. They, like, people who are joining ICE are kind of doing that thing where they're just like, well, there's no guarantee that the left isn't going to get back. Like, trust me, you'll see a surge when Trump does, like, the Insurrection Act. And I say when, because he's going to. Like, he keeps playing with it. That's why I'm not going to be surprised when he does it. It's just like, okay, man, that's the plan. And then it's going to be conveniently around September, October, you know, got it. I have to do the Insurrection Act. We can't have an election, folks. Sorry. Come on, man. The thing is, it's so obvious. Like, if anybody was like, I don't know, even trying to apply like the art of war to this, they would just listen to everything he says and just plan for that. But so the people committing the fraud, they be deported. Again, the people that committed the fraud in Minnesota, it was proven to be a white person that was like convincing these people to take out these grants so she could benefit from that. And yes, she would give like a trickle down. It's not like everybody was on the fucking up and up there, but again, this is something that happens a lot. Hannah Pearl Davis's parents, her mother took government contracts as somebody who was filthy rich. Do you have a problem with that? Do you have a problem with the waste, fraud, and abuse that goes on in the private sector and in the public sector with a bunch of rich white folks who knowingly take out fucking loans that they don't need, but they just know that if they get that government grant, then they're sitting pretty? Do you have a problem with that? Okay, start focusing on that one. No, for real, because that statistically is way more costly to us because of the amounts that they take. Just so you guys know, and this is systematic, by the way. White people do the most fraud? Yeah, they do. Yeah, I think Voidzilla did a video on this. Well, then I will have to watch that. Because, yeah, man. Oh, yeah, I think Voidzilla did a video on Trump pay to play for pardons. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest. K-Dog, he's from Arkansas. His inbred mommy is probably his sister. Y'all know this is not a TV show or movie, right? No, they don't know that. No, they don't know how to apply practical reality to any of this, man. Like, it's so dumb. Left liberals hate whites. Dude, I'm not even a liberal. Get it right. And I don't hate white people. What I do hate are the white people that are sitting here going, I'm not a white supremacist, and then they do the white supremacy. That's what I hate. MAGA cult. Oh, dude. Yeah, the MAGA cult it's crazy how fucking many people are just so ingrained in it where it's like, and they're never moving. They're never moving. You know? And that's fine. Whatever. I'm legit just in the mode of fuck them. If they are so convinced that things are so great, how come they're even in my chat? Why? Oh, is it because they're insecure and they need to get that insecurity out some way, so they go and try to find somebody that they can just, bloviate to? Somebody that they think is, well, because they see my numbers and they think that I'm somehow, smaller streamer, this is a weak, it's like the weak animal. Must jump on it. I mean, whatever. I've kind of come to terms with the fact that, yeah, the insecurity is real, man. You don't stay in MAGA and like not have any criticisms if you're secure. Most secure people that I know can criticize any of the movements that they're in. Like, for instance, I'm part of DSA. I have some criticisms about DSA. I think that DSA, they like to play this game where it's wait and see. And like I've been saying, we are going into a primary season with a good amount of candidates, but no backing. I'm not seeing a lot of push, like, to get these, like, to bring awareness to some of the DSA people, and I think that that's fucked up. I want to know where my grant money, my due money is going. What? MD myth. Yes, F Trump, but stop with the fucking caps, dude. I know that my mods have asked multiple times. Like, I'm going to yell at people who are ideologically in agreement with me if you're breaking the fucking rules. And yes, I'm mad at my fucking DSA chapter because, like, for instance, we have Kat Abu-Ghazaleh who is running. They are barely doing shit to fucking, like, get people to vote for her. Instead, they're doing the thing. They're doing the thing that I was criticizing yesterday, where it's like she genuinely thinks that she's going to get the youth vote to come out and just... K-Dog, I am old enough to not be drafted. I can tell you that right now. Unless they do, like, the blanket draft, which they didn't even do in Vietnam, so calm the fuck down. If you're under the age of 30, yeah, you might be fucked. If you're under the age of 35, you might be fucked. But no, I ain't going to the fucking military. I can tell you that right now. Like, I will not be drafted. I can't be drafted. I also have medical stuff that keeps me from that. Mr. Bone Spurs ain't got shit on me, apparently. Exactly, yeah, Josh. They will say they never voted for Orange Diaper Don. It's so obvious that what's coming. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. No, I'm telling you right now. Yeah, you're going to see a huge, like, you're going to see just a dip of so many people that will not publicly fucking say that they're Trumpers. I mean, you got the ones that will never stop. I think it's about 30% of the country are just, they love them. And it's because they genuinely need a cult leader to function. Of course, he has medical problems. Okay. Is that a dunk? Like, oh yeah, here. Speaking of medical problems. I actually have some good news about the wife, by the way. Did you guys admit you voted for Tampon Tim? What is the problem with Tim Walz? Here, since you're such an objective thinker, name a few good things that he did. I'll wait. If you say there's nothing, then you're just literally a useless asshole, and I will make sure that you're out of here. My mods don't need to do shit with that one. You want to sit in here in my chat being just a little disingenuous little fuck? Okay. He did nothing? Okay. Bye. I'm a man of my word. Go fuck yourself. Listen, you can hate him. I'm not exactly a fan of Tim Walz. Tampon Tim. The name doesn't really stick when it's like, yeah, okay, so why are you so scared of tampons? Oh, yeah, that's right. You guys are afraid of women. Like, cool. But for real, if you cannot get past yourself to just be like, yeah, you know what? He did this. I kind of like that. Like, I can do that with Trump, but... And the rest passes the worst candidate of all time. Maybe Dan Quayle or Walter Mondale. Dan Quayle. Wait, wasn't that the guy? Wasn't that Dan Quayle? Diaper Don has done nothing but divide the country and have Americans hating each other while they're stealing and grift billions. It's insane. Yes, that's why I've been calling these people the most useful idiots on the planet. That's all they are. They're so useful to a very, very specific contingent of the American people, which happen to be the billionaires. They always fight for the billionaires. They always fight for Trump and all the shit that he's doing, ignoring the fact that he's hiding the Epstein files. He constantly chickens out of everything that, you know, his big, strong man techniques. He chickens out every fucking chance that he has to actually do something. But, okay. Did nothing to further white supremacy and misogyny. God damn it. Yeah, right. What's up, Tony? How you doing, man? 147 House Democrats voted against the affordable housing. What are you talking about? When? You do understand that he signed an executive order and nobody has voted on any of that, right? So, like, the affordable housing thing that you're talking about, if you're talking about Blackstone and the inability to have these, you know, these companies come in and just buy up fucking single-family houses, read the fine print there, guy. Or just listen to his Secretary of Treasury that has literally said that this is for, we have to look into this. We're going to make this for the mom and pops of the America. You know, the mom and pops that retire and buy 6 to 12 houses. Because you know how that's a thing. So wild how dumb MAGA is. It really is. No, like, seriously, I was saying this earlier. I used to work in sales. And when I did, seriously, like, I wish I worked in sales during the Trump administration, because seeing anybody come in with like a Trump paraphernalia on at all, I would know for a fact that I had a sale, because I know how to trick those people. I know how to make those people feel like, you know what, I could sell like ketchup popsicle to them if they were wearing white gloves. It was always one of my favorite ones. But it really is, because you can, they're roots. If you can play into the emotion, like, dude, I could get them into an F1, like, I'll put you into an F-150. I mean, seriously, Trump is the biggest fucking car, like, it's a car salesman. And I've been saying this, like, he's just a fucking car salesman. My tea got cold. That sucks. You can always tell by the lack of the Bob Ross painting that my tea has lost its heat. You don't look like a loser to me. John Windle. I'm not sure if you meant to do that, but funny. Funny. The thing is, I've been told, they're just like, don't give in to the trolls. It's like, why? Some of it's fun, especially this stuff. Like, this stuff, I love it. I absolutely love it. But in the whole mix here with the trolls, I got my regs. So what's up, folks? Sylvie, Amanda, Ryan Kennedy, what up, dude? Herbert, good to see you. Bandit. I just noticed that your membership is gone. What the hell? What happened? Did we reach that month? What's going on? Tim Wall's, oh, okay. All right. Got that. Zombie Banana. There we go. I was trying to refresh my comments, and it did. BlackRock buy land in Ukraine before the war? Yes. And it's almost like these BlackRock, people were just at this Davos conference, and they were all, chumming it up with fucking Howard Lutnick. Weird how that goes. Keep Twitch going too. Oh yeah, Twitch. Yes. Everybody check out the Twitch. We have fun over on Twitch. Was Foxhound still in here? I honestly have just been ignoring him, so it's not socialist for his right-wing thing. No caps, no spam, no slurs, no trolling. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Yeah, you know what? I've got to get the Nightbot up here. Just for that. Like, I'm not gonna give it like any ban power or anything like that, but yeah, just to have it so it constantly refreshes and tells people, like, guys, it's pretty simple. Don't break TOS. That's the main one. No TOS. No caps. No spam. No slurs. No trolling. I mean, up to a degree. I trust my mods on this one. I don't know who you're talking about. Ken, what's up? Ken Scholes, how you doing? Welcome to stream. Also, if you guys are just joining us, can you do me the solid? Double tap that screen if you are watching on vertical. Really helps out the stream if you hit the like button. And then sub to the channel. Come on, guys, we're getting close. We are getting close to that to a pretty big milestone, so I appreciate you guys stopping by and hanging out today. Today is going to be more of a chill day. I think this is the first day in 2 weeks that I have not covered a protest. Although, we'll see, because from, let's see. Nope, still nothing. All right, so it looks like we're going to be in the clear on this one. Which I need, honestly. The protest coverage has been a lot. I could go one solid day without hearing whistles, air horns, you know, the noise making, all that stuff. I'll be honest, seeing like all those whistles in the marches, I didn't get it, especially when they weren't outside the hotel. That kind of played into the who is this for? Like, what are we doing? You like chimps better than chumps. Man, I don't know, man. Chimps are scary as shit. I'm gonna be real. Like, I'm not sure if you guys had the same reaction I did, like, if to that one lady getting her face ripped off. Like, after I heard that story, and dude, the way that it happened too, like, where it was just, she knew the monkey, and it was like, the chimp, actually, but she knew him, and like, they were friendly, and it was just out of nowhere. I don't know, man. That's crazy. I mean, I've had a friend get attacked by a dog that was very similar, where the dog had never attacked anybody, and just out of nowhere attacked my friend, where I was just like, what the fuck? That sucked. That sucked, because they ended up having to put that dog down. But heard there was a shooting in LA involving Border Patrol. Well, let's see. Let's see. If that's the case, then how come there's nobody covering it? There's literally nobody covering it. I'm at LA watch right now. Nah. Sorry. If it comes out later, but don't want to offend the chimpanzees in chat. Good call, Pep. Their morals are contemporary. MAGA is a full-on cult. I mean, I'm not gonna mince words on that one. Like, I left a cult. Like, I grew up in a cult. Trust me, I see the signs. Again, people can't think critically, and then they can never look at the power structure and just be like, yeah, you know what, that really is about control. Like, come on. An enemy of the people, like you said. Can I just ask this? 398 or 3938. What's with the name? Like, if you don't want to be confused as a bot, why would you go out with a bot name? I miss good trolls. These maggots are just tiresome. Yeah. Well, it's because I don't have protest in the title, and I don't, like, there's, yeah. as I said, slow news day. This is just how it goes. And honestly, right now, I'm not really focusing on it. The numbers have been nice. I'm going to be honest. Like, getting the attention, getting my stream out there. I've been consistently hitting over 1,000 on every stream since this has been a thing. And I'm going to just say, you know, that's great. But I'm not here for that, man. I'm here for you. I am here for you guys. I am here to have these chats, but to have fun. It was getting a little close to kind of feeling like oh God, do I really want to do this? It's like, and I have said this openly to you guys too. Like, if this starts to feel like a job, then I'm gonna start kind of doing it less. But yeah. And it was also a matter of me coming to terms with the fact that I'm like, nah, you know what? Fuck it. It's about having healthy engagement here. So, Rebecca, what's up? How you doing? Good to see you. I guess reality is just nonsense to you. Basic math might be to you as well. Are you talking to Foxhound? Again, I am so curious about your name. Because I've talked to somebody else that had a name like that turned out not to be a bot. And I was just like, did you just like slam your keyboard and that was your name? And he was like, yeah, that's exactly what I did. I was like, are you kidding? He's like, no. I'm like, okay. Still doing, you're doing well, recovering from surgery. Jeez, man. Yeah, surgery. Man, I know a lot of people having surgery. Or just like, that's crazy. Also, all right, guys, I want to give you guys the update. I was kind of waiting on this, but we got enough people here that I think would care. So, if you guys know my wife, aka Uni, her name is Uni Moogle in chat. Here's the thing. I say her chat name because she will be making a return to chat soon. We're in good spirits here because we got some really good news. We got some really, really good news about her cancer. So the timetables have kind of been sped up. We are going to be going into the radiation. Well, she's going into the radiation part of this a lot sooner than we were expecting. It looks like surgery is also going to be able to happen a lot sooner. She hit her target weight at a point that the doctors, they had put her hitting her target weight months out. Like, they were talking like by May, June. So it's awesome. Like, I'm so fucking happy. That's why I'm just in a good mood, and that's why nothing in chat can really bother me today. Okay, I won't say that, knock on wood. But it'll take a lot, because yes, it's awesome to get this news. And after we got the news, it was like this huge shift all of a sudden happened, because I'll admit that I had this problem too. I couldn't get past like day by day stuff where I was just like, listen, I cannot even think day by day, because I'll be real. There were times that it would get really depressing, because you never want to think about your partner dying. And that's how it is. You know, when you have someone in your life that gets cancer, especially the kind of cancer that she has, that's a real possibility. So this is the first time that I had something like kind of shift where I was just like, holy shit, I don't see it that way. Now I see the light at the end of the tunnel. Now, like, we're doing really well with this. So I want that to continue. And yes, guys, please, if you guys can contribute anything, it goes a very long way. I've been talking to her about adjusting the goal and everything, and just kind of like, we're going to sit down. We're going through all of our bills and what we like, the ones that we have to pay, because unfortunately, Trump made one decision that fucked us, like me personally here, and that is making sure that any medical debt can go on your credit reports. And that's a major fucking, like, that was a major hit, guys. I hope you know that. And also, not great. So my tarot reading was right. There was something good happening soon, bringing new beginnings. Rebecca, awesome. I'm glad that you didn't really tell me what my reading was, because honestly, yeah, I like the surprise. My last tarot reading didn't exactly go the way that I thought. That I was like, oh shit, my Christmas tree is down. Holidays are officially over. Cademan, what up, man? How's stream going? Ugh. How you been? And also, you finally got the Christmas tree down, huh? This is why I didn't put one up. I'll be real. This year was kind of nice. Where I was like, you know, it was lonely, like, as far as, like, not having the Christmas decorations up that I usually did. Obviously, like, the year was shit. But after that, man, I gotta say, like, the day after, I had nothing to clean up, nothing to put away. I had 2 wreaths that I had to put away in my Charlie Brown tree, which obviously is no longer up. Yeah, it's pretty good. After April, I will live in a new apartment. Oh, really? Is this good or bad? Because I know that sometimes living in a new apartment could go either way. There was one time that, like, I didn't get evicted. I had a choice where they were just like, so we could kind of do this 2 ways, where you could voluntarily leave, or we will evict you. I'm like, I'm gonna voluntarily leave because I don't want that on my record. Had a little bit of a tiff over smoking inside, specifically, you know, the so yeah. That kind of sucked, and like I was panicking, but it turned out to be one of the best things that ever happened to me. So silver linings, folks. I keep a tree up year round. We have a Valentine's Day tree, Easter tree. You're like, my father-in-law does that. It's funny. Oh my, behave. I'm happy for you guys. Lord Apollo must have answered my... Hey, no, I appreciate that. Again, I am a heathen, but I appreciate everybody praying to their gods and putting out all of the good vibes, because, number one, my wife fucking deserves it. She's the best fucking person I know. She has done everything that she ever can for anybody that has needed something. She goes above and beyond, and she could disagree with you politically, and she will still be there to help you. And that's why it has been a mind fuck to see that happen to somebody that is not only so good of a person, but also just like to see somebody that always helps everybody else not be able to help herself it's been wild. But I will also say that she is the strongest fucking person I have ever fucking known. And I don't think that will ever change. So as your own belief, I respect that. I just, again, I was in a cult. I was in a Christian, and it was a Christian cult. So, only one God, rest or false, stay on the narrow path. I don't believe it. I don't believe that, Brad, because the Almighty God seems to have some fucking some holes there. But whatever. I don't want to get into that. I genuinely do not want to be disrespectful to anybody and what they believe. So. Now I'm in a woke cult. How am I in a woke cult? What's the belief system that I am not seeing, like I cannot look in and internalize and see the problems with? I criticize the left all the fucking time. I do not follow the left lockstep in pretty much any way, outside of like being consistent with certain morals and economic ideas. But realistically, what is it? And also, how in the fuck is woke bad? How is it bad to be inclusive and to not be a hateful prick? How? You guys realize that you took that and you're just like, woke stupid, woke's gay, woke's XYZ. Keep doing that. I'll be disrespectful for you, Pep. Adults with imaginary friends are weird. Pep's not even a vegan. How can you be in a cult? I'm not. exactly. I personally believe all gods exist. You just follow. I don't. Okay, cool. Everything has been so crazy ever since Jesus passed away. Yeah, no shit. Mago would deport Jesus. I have said that. Song Sword. Welcome back. I remember your name. Song Sword is cool. Reminds me of something that I would like to try in D&D is the Song Sword, where every time you swing it, it plays a certain song. Although I kind of have something like that right now, where I'm my character is named Jork the Orc, that became Jork the Dreamweaver because he's a beautiful orc. So every time that he swings his majestic axe, you hear Dreamweaver behind it. So it's Dreamweaver, and then you have like little sparkles, and he's just like. Yes, this is all true, by the way. You're going through some shit, but woke is bad. Forced inclusion is bad. It's not forced inclusion. What is king shit? What is forced inclusion? What's forced about it? The fact that we just say, like, here's the thing. Nobody is forcing you to think that. No. Nobody's doing that. Nobody is doing that. You're the only person thinking about that shit. You're the only... King shit... And I want you to be fucking honest. I know this might be hard for you. And I'm not trying to be mean. Have you ever had this encounter? Has this affected your life outside of any news report or anything like that? I'm talking a tentative moment in your fucking life that you had to deal with a trans person that you did not want to deal with, and it absolutely wrecked your fucking shit. Like, shut the fuck up with that. No, that pisses me off. The fact that you play the pronoun game. Why are you such a disrespectful cunt? Listen, if you want to be known as your name, you want to be known as your name. You understand that. So you understand what it means to, like, make words come out of your fucking face and then apply that to somebody. You also know how it feels when they use the wrong words for you. Why can't you give them the same fucking respect? It's not that fucking hard. Don't be a disrespectful cunt. But god damn it. You guys sit there focusing on trans shit and gay stuff and all these things that really don't affect you unless, do they? Because the only way, and this is why we are kind of like this, and this is why I'm specifically like this. I know that if you think about trans stuff that much, you jerk off to trans porn. I know that if you focus that much on gay stuff, you're probably gay. And you're uncomfortable with it. You never wanted to fucking face it. And you grew up in a situation where most people made fun of that. Like, you in your brain correlate gay as being bad some way, instead of just looking at it and being like, yeah, you know what? So what if I'm gay? Who cares? That's the problem. You ascribe all these things to, woke's forcing. You did say that. They're forcing you to use pronouns. They're forcing you to acknowledge the existence of people that you don't want to fucking acknowledge. What the fuck? Just in general, what the fuck? Why do you care so much? Why? Why do you care? Literally, equal respect given, equal respect taken back. Yeah, they don't understand that. They don't understand that. And that's why they all get butthurt here, where they're just like this guy. He's like, look at how triggered he is. It's like, no, there's a difference between being passionate about something and triggered. You want to fucking see me triggered? Watch me respond to a protest that has some copywritten music. That's triggered. I'll even give you that one. I have zero respect for anybody in MAGA. The thing is, if they're openly MAGA and they do shit like this, where it's all because they're just like, oh, I don't like the transes in sports. I don't like this. I don't like the fact that they're trying to make me believe stuff that I don't believe. It's like, well, number one, Christianity, anybody. Number two, like I keep saying, and I'm going to beat this dead horse into the fucking ground. How does it bother your life? How has it upset your life? Give me a prime example, whether it's your daughter or your niece, but it has to be true. Like, this is where I will say, need proof. I need proof on this one. No, none of this just like spewing your bullshit. I need to see somebody from the right that is just like, you know what? I was forced to deal with this in this moment. And I have it on record. I don't seem to see a lot of that. It's the same with the paid protest bullshit. All these people are very confident that there's paid protesters, but none of them have infiltrated the protests. Not a single one of them has had the thought of just showing up and then going and asking for the paycheck and then exposing it on YouTube or whatever live platform you can hit the little red square that tells you you're going live and you're exposing this giant story that will go mega fucking viral. My niece is trans and it pisses me off. She's far more famous than I am, damn it. Yes. Low T male squealing. Yes, the low T. Low T male. I mean, getting closer to that 40, at some point, it just happens naturally. That's kind of how that goes, by the way. So, yeah, is that why you guys are worried that you might start having empathy or something? Are you guys really that scared? The numerous sports event that a real woman would have won if not for a 6'3" male twat stolen from her? I mean, yes. Please, name me an example. Because you got that one swimmer that it turns out that she got 5th place. Interesting. A whopping 24 viewers. Guess, hubby getting the... What are you talking about? See, I always love these guys. Like, they sit here, they talk about my view count like that hurts my feelings, you know? Like, I'm not just genuinely happy to just have the experience and to have people to chat with. So, yeah, you got me, dude. You got me. At my stream, I have under 100 people watching me live. God, I'm such a failure. Oh, God. The fact that that's what they genuinely think that is going to happen to somebody if they just say it like mean enough or at that right time. Pet paid me to be here. Didn't you get your check? Yeah. Wait a minute. Yeah. I was about to say. Wait a minute. Oh, man. Boo, I will infect you with empathy. I don't understand the people that are scared of feeling empathetic towards somebody. And then they also don't understand like the whole like, hey, how come you guys weren't sad when Charlie Kirk died? It's like, gee, have you ever looked at how you treat us? Have you ever looked at your own actions and wondered why we might go, you know what? Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. I mean, I'll say this much. Did I make a Charlie Kirk joke, like, literally after it happened? Yeah. Like, I think it took maybe 5 to 10 minutes for me to just go, Charlie Kirk is dead, change my mind. That was a banger of a joke for the day. But I also did condemn what happened. I said that this is not how you solve any fucking problems. Yeah, no, it actually did bother me viscerally, like where I was just like, God damn, like, is this like what we're doing now? Wow, so funny. I didn't, as I said, it was a banger for the moment. Ha 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 ha, such a funny joke. Like, what the fuck? No, it is. It is. Hey, after I saw how you guys have been responding to the Renee Good thing, I don't feel bad at all. I don't. Hey, what's Charlie Kirk's favorite cheese? Swiss? Just shifting the burden of proof proved me wrong. Well, I thought that these, like, I thought these high T males, you know, big strong guys, they didn't let words hurt them. So why would they, I don't know, care about somebody insulting somebody that they hold in a high regard? Also kind of proves that cult mentality thing. Because there's one thing that you can really never bother me with is by trying to, like, insult, like, you can insult Bob Ross or, like, somebody that I hold in a high regard, and I'll even just be like, okay. Charlie leaned left at the end. Certainly did. Oh, man. Oh, man, I have a feeling that we're going to piss off some people today. And I'm fine with that. If your morality is based on anyone else, you're not a moral person. You just act like a good person in order to get what you want. Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of how Christianity works. Do you know how many Christians of convenience that I've personally known where it's just like, dude, yeah, they only show up because they think that that's their way into heaven, or like that's their God forbid it's the ones that just that's their moral superiority, where it's like, I'm a Christian, I go to church, and you know what, I get to judge you. It's like, that's not how it works. Even when I was a Christian, I used to throw Bible verses that were antithetical to anything from Deuteronomy and Leviticus, and it was all about Jesus's love and acceptance, and they hated that shit. Nothing pisses a Christian off more than the book of Matthew and using it in the context of being like, you know who was woke? Jesus. Jesus was pretty fucking woke, but okay. I mean, I guess you thought that the Sermon on the Mount was delivered with an AR, but... And Jesus took one bullet and made it into plenty, and everybody rejoiced. All hail the NRA. There's no hate like Christian love. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, as a Christian, the book of Matthew does not piss me off. Well, then Jesus' love means that you got it, right? Jesus just a man. Is he all right? Who, Jesus? I don't think so, man. He kind of went through some shit. Just gonna say... Although I do genuinely think that, like, Republicans that, like, claim to love Jesus, I do think that they would deport him. Honestly. Because you guys... If you're a Christian in here, there's one thing that really pisses people off is when you start talking about Jesus' complexion. I was delivered with the help and support of the United States Air Force. Hoorah! In order to be empathetic, you need to find a connection to another person. Just empathy today with all the division. Well, and that's the thing. I am still empathetic towards my enemies. I am still like, I still feel bad for MAGA. Like, I do. I actually genuinely do feel bad that something was so broken in, like, the lives of people that need MAGA that they can't see past it. That sucks. You know, does this exist on the left? Yes. Yes, it does. You have people that are so steeped in their ideology. I will admit that it is like, yeah, I could see that. And that's kind of part of the problem. People lack nuance, so they don't want to admit when they are wrong. They don't want to admit that they do the same shit sometimes. Wait, Jesus wasn't white? No, he did not look like Obi-Wan Kenobi. No, he was a Middle Eastern dude named Yeshua Bar Yusuf, but I guess, you know, they don't want to just look at the reality of, like, because I already have a problem with this one, the historical Jesus. It's like, yeah, but even by their metrics, they even admit it's like, well, Jesus was kind of a popular name. It could have been, you know, it could have even been Josephus. Like, okay. Millions of people are my enemy? I guess so. Are millions of people your enemy on the left? Because that's how that works. Yes, you are my political enemies. You guys have made it abundantly clear that you support a regime that's very okay with locking up political dissenters, that rights don't matter, and they're doing everything in their power to make everybody comfortable with the idea of an authoritarian fucking takeover. That's what this is in Minnesota. This is the test. And you guys passed with flying colors in MAGA land, where you are exactly what they wanted. They wanted enough people to just be like, yeah, based. But they didn't see the independent movement on that one, where they're just like, ah, shit. We lost a whole lot of independent support. I don't like Trump, but I ain't voting for open borders. There is no open borders. Obama apparently was the deporter-in-chief. How is that open borders? I'm very, very confused by that. left Hassan back at it, shocking his dog. Do you genuinely care about dogs? Because did you guys rally against Christy Nome then? Since you guys care about dogs so much? I mean, you guys are very consistent in your morals, or, you know, your moral outrage. So I assume that you're a dog advocate and you're out there constantly, you know, trying to get strays picked up and everything. Right. Open the Asylum app. Well, that's also a thing. Christy Nome is a fairly disgusting woman. Yeah, that she is. But I will also just say, like, the Hassan dogs don't work on me because you know what? Hassan isn't my Lord and Savior, folks. He's not my Trump. I don't care. I don't care. He's another streamer. I happen to agree with him ideologically on some things. On most things. But I also think he's kind of a fucking tool bag sometimes. To be completely real. You know? Like, sometimes he says some shit and I'm just like, what the fuck was that? But, you know what? I pissed off my own side with that. Where it's like, you know? What is a woman? God damn, dude. What's with the Matt Walsh thing? You guys realize that he asked that? He found out that he was wrong, but then you guys were just like, we won. We won. It's like, no, he really didn't. Guy, dude, we get it, man. We get it. You got scared of the first fucking trans person that you saw that you were attracted to. Like, we get it. This is where it comes from, guys. If this is too crass for you, I'm sorry. Don't care. Genuinely. This started when the hormones and the surgeries and everything started working so well that they could not tell the fucking difference, and it fucking broke their brains. So they're worried that, oh yeah, oh no, I might say that this woman's hot in a club, and then I'm gonna find out she's trans, and my homies are gonna make fun of me. Whatever, man. Am I attracted to trans? I have been. I have. Yes, there are trans women that are very, very attractive. And for you not to be able to fucking admit that kind of means that you're gayer than I am. Who's Hassan? I need answers. Hassan Piker, he's a streamer. Oh, man, you're gay? Okay, whatever. Sure. See? That's where, see, you're telling on yourself. You're worried about that. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. Like, if you think I'm gay, fine. Perfectly fine. This guy's balding? Yeah, sure. Think that too. What's a streamer? All right, wake me up. I see what game you're playing, but it's funny. And you made me laugh, so technically... All right, you got me on that one. You got me. See, that's what always gets me is like, ah, shit, they made me laugh. Fuck. Oh, no. I do love how, like, triggered you got, though. Like, you want to talk about triggered? That did it right there. You're gay. You're gay. It's like, keep telling on yourself there, man. Keep telling on yourself. I like the, here, I like this test. Here's the, trans woman versus, Here we go. Ah, damn it. This is an old-ass tweet. All right. Well, I'm not going to spend all day looking for it. There was a tweet that brought up a picture of the woman who wanted Kim Davis. Kim Davis. Here. You know what? I'll just look her up. Kim Davis. There we go. Then, let's see. So you're telling me that if... Okay. You guys are so straight, right? God damn it. Hold on. What the fuck? It's not showing up on my screen. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, there we go. There we go. So, Kim Davis, right? So you got Hunter Schafer, right? Famous trans actress. Right. Now, you guys are telling me that you're so straight. You're so straight that you'd rather fuck her, that you would fuck Kim Davis just because, again, she's got the parts or like the genitalia, so that you're into, right? Kim Davis over Hunter Schafer. Vertical stream is down? No, it's not. Reset your thing. Yes? Oh. So you would rather fuck this lady, Kim Davis? No shit? No shit. Here, guys, for my horizontal stream. Here. They would rather fuck her, you know, the anti-gay cake lady, than Hunter Schafer. Here, let me put Stan away for a minute here. Now, okay. I mean, that's interesting to me. I'll tell you what, like, that's crazy. Because I would argue that somehow that's actually gayer that you like Kim Davis. That's crazy. Yeah, I know you guys don't like this one. Because most of the time, this kind of exposes exactly what you're worried about. Like, just admit it. Just admit it. Because if you didn't know that Hunter was trans, you would probably even go like, well, I like the other one. Oh, man. That's fun. That's fun. His wires are fried. Isn't Kim Davis like 50? Wouldn't something similar? No. Nothing similar in age, body. No, you don't get to play that game. This is as simple as this. One is the woman that you define as a woman. The other one is a trans woman who you do not define as a woman, but we all know who's hotter. But, okay. The funny part is, I know I won just based on, like, how the chat's going, where I'm like, oh, that got him. That got him. But... yes, we would. Fuck the ugly one. Cool. Cool. I appreciate your honesty at that one. Because, yeah. Literally looks like a man. Oh, Buck Angel. Wait a minute. Duh. You know what? I'll let you guys do this to your search engine. Yeah, just look up Buck Angel and then tell me how you would still fuck Buck Angel. Because, again, you guys are all about genitalia. Right? Right? Or is that something that's a little bit different? Dude, literally ask the lesbian. Both me and my girlfriend find Hunter 100% attractive. Boom. Good day. Good day, Cat. We're having fun. We're having fun here. I'm calling out a bunch of weirdos for thinking about trans stuff way more than your average person. And just, it's because they literally live with this every day. And I am 120% convinced that your search history isn't exactly as clean as you try to make it out to be, where I'm thinking that you might be into something. And you're just kind of sitting here like, you know what? We'll go post-op here. All right, post-op trans. No dick. Then what? Then what? Then what? Again, look up Buck Angel and then tell me with certainty that that's exactly who you would want to go and fuck because you're so straight. Okay. I'm too low energy today to type back to these weirdos. But yeah, someone's biological remains what it is. See? But this is where, like, have fun with that one, man. The Jews are still male. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I do think that it's funny, man. Like, dude, brother, you are cooked. All right, here. You know what? Let's see if I could do this without actually fucking up. Here we go. All right. So, Buck Angel, famously, still has a vagina. So you're telling me that over Hunter Schafer, right here. All right, guys. You want to talk about biology? Here you go. Make your argument now. Please, by all means. I'm here for it. I am here for it because guess what? I have a feeling that you might change your tune on this one. Saw the green gas they saw in Minnesota. Sounds messed up. Well, no, again, here. I mean, this is... I don't find him attractive as he looks like a man. My statement might have missed the word, but the fact he stopped reading halfway shows that he has nothing to argue back. Here, I actually stopped reading halfway through because my chat froze. But yeah, someone's biological remains what it was at birth, no matter who wants to fuck them. Oh. So, you're telling me, again, just going back to it, that per your attraction standards, that you would get with Buck Angel over Hunter Schafer? Okay. Okay. All right, my point's been proven. Don't need to take that any further because, guys, you know how they're sitting here and they're just like, gay, gay. Well, I don't know, man. Seems pretty gay to look at Buck Angel and be like, you know what? Just based on the genitalia? Yeah, you know what? Or what that one guy say? Also kind of grossly, might I add. The juices. Fucking Christ. That was gross. Still a man. Don't know what, why you want... Wait. No, can't think of a name. So you're telling me that between those two, you have a choice. Buck Angel or Hunter Schafer? You're choosing Buck Angel. Cool. I'll let you sit with that one. No, because we get to choose? No, not in this scenario. Yeah, the juice is weird. It's like, yeah, what is this? A fucking brisket? Still identifies as female. I'm choosing neither. That's not... You don't get to back out like that. No. Listen, in this scenario, you're in your average everyday fucking scenario. You see these two people walking past you. Which one catches your eye? Oh, man. They both beautiful, that's it? Hey, you know what? I like your positivity there. But we'll just take this one for what it is. I'm right. You know what they think about a lot. And guess what? I don't think that's changing. Yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. He sees Stone Cold, and he's just like, you know what? Give me a hell yeah if you fuck Stone Cold if he had a pussy. Oh, man. That's pretty fucking funny. Oh, I got cooked, did I? Well, I pointed out the fact that you guys are pretty inconsistent in the way that you think about this, so. How, bro? I mean, I guess Buck, because I know who that is. Not everything is about... Ha! Okay. Okay. Hey, by all means then. This guy just admitted that he would rather fuck Stone Cold Steve Austin than, you know, someone that kind of looks like Zelda. Okay. Okay. By all means, you're definitely the big straight male there. Very comfortable in your sexuality. Is your hair wet? No. Is it greasy? No. It's just long. Actually. I know I should not even address it, but who cares? Yeah, look at this shit. I need to get rid of that. I let my hair get a little too long. And it is, somebody said it in chat, and I know you guys were just joking, but it turned out to be true, where it was like, no, I have just been lazy. So, whatever. Chud or woke? What's your star sign? Chud or woke? Oh, I guess I'm a woke star. If women have dicks, what's to stop a baby from coming out of your wiener? Checkmate, atheists! Checkmate! Okay. That was pretty funny. Intersex people rock. One of my friends is intersex, and she's the best. Also, of course, you're the one who wanted Legolas to... What? You do know that there is, like, a whole other way of going about that. You could just be like, oh, so you liked Sheik over Zelda? Jesus, get... Fucking taking your nerd card. You ain't got one, asshole. I'm Sagittarius. That makes me judgmental of people who believe in astrology. I am also Sagittarius, and I agree. What's up, Brian? How's it going, brother? Good to see you. Good to see you. What is intersex? I will allow Sylvie to educate you on that one because she happens to know a lot more about this. Hunter as Zelda. I mean, I thought that was what was going to happen because honestly, that was like no-brainer casting. Just going to say. 21 to 25 signatures for my petition so far. More door knocking tomorrow. Hell yeah. I actually had an idea with that. Like, do you have the ability to kind of go to like a concert or like, I mean, I'm not sure how far you are from Nashville, but something like that would definitely help with those. Kids in Vertical are so confused. The thing is, they don't get it. Like, they've never, like, sat and really thought about it. And I'll be honest, this is the type of engagement that got me to start shifting my tone on this shit. Because I used to be a shithead just like these guys. Where do you think that I got some of these examples? Specifically the Buck Angel one. This was on Opie and Anthony. Like, just gonna say, Opie and Anthony had this argument, and then even Anthony, an overt bigot, had to turn, and it was Buck Angel versus Bailey J. And Anthony had to admit it, where he was like, all right, you know what? This is going to be uncomfortable for me, but I got to be honest here. I think that this is kind of I got to say, Bailey J. Bailey would win that one. And it was just like, there you go. You can admit it. It's like, hey, Anthony, congratulations on not being gay. I remember when somebody said, Jimmy Norton said that to him, where he's like, congratulations, Anthony, on not being gay. He's like, what? It's like, yeah, it's actually the other way around, where it's like if you're looking at, you know, the male form and then you're going, yeah, you know what? Yeah. Like, if it all comes down to just... Also, realistically, that kind of tells me, like, I don't know. You never been with somebody where you're just like, huh. Like, I think I told this story once, but I hooked up with this one girl, you know, high school, and she was really, really hot. Like, she was gorgeous. But when we went to kiss, her teeth clicked mine, and I was like, okay, if that's a one, all right, you know what? It was just a mistake. It kept happening. I was like, fuck no. No. That is incompatibility right there. Who's Bailey? Bailey J. If you don't know who Bailey J is, I think she might have actually changed from trans to just drag. I don't know. Like, I remember hearing something about that, but she used to be like the go-to for these examples. Now it's Blair White. I see her being used a lot, or Hunter Schafer. Because, again, these are the ones that confuse straight male peni, apparently. So. Oh, it's people who have both genders parts. It's pretty rare you met someone with that condition. I mean, statistically, yeah, you might have. I mean, the guy that made me realize I was a lesbian was a femboy. He was the first and only guy I ever dated. Oh. See? Well, but just remember, that was your choice. I can't get over that one where they're just like, oh yeah, well, being gay is a choice. It's like, is it? I don't think so. I got some gay friends and it doesn't seem like a choice. You know, being straight wasn't a choice for me. Like, it's just like, no, I know. It's like, fuck. But I don't know. It seems like some people in chat here don't, though. You know, specifically the ones that are asking, what is a woman? I mean, kind of funny how all of a sudden they're kind of every time I roll the die, it lands on straight. Nothing wrong with anyone else's preferences. That's the thing. Like, this whole, like, I'm a live and let live kind of guy where I don't kink shame. I don't care. Like, when people are, I even remember standing up for this one guy, where he was on some show and he was talking about, like, it was like his weird kink, and I was just like, you know what? Who cares? Why do you care? Like, I think it was like he liked to have like burning wax or something dripped on him, and it was something that was a little avant-garde. But even I was like, if he's not hurting anyone but himself in that regard, whatever. I don't care. I don't live my life thinking about what other people are doing in their bedroom or in their free times with their partners. I don't give a fuck. Why do you? Is it because you're lonely and you don't have a partner, so it's something you constantly have to, like, sit and think about? Like, I'm not even trying to be a dick about that. I'm being real. I could have said it in less of a dick way, but for real. Is it because you are, you know, partnerless? What's the woke term on this one? You are sans partner? You are running stag? I don't know. I just kind of see it as like, no. Why am I mincing words? No. Are you just that lonely? Like, why? I personally don't care. You know? If you're not hurting somebody, I don't give a fuck. It's when you start hurting something, or you believe something that hurts others or impedes the rights of somebody else, that's a fucking problem. You know, kind of like, what's that guy's name? Jeffrey Epstein. You know, how part of his kink was the power and, like, literally the whole, procurement of these women. Like, that was part of it. That's fucking disgusting. And that's wrong. I think they call it incel. Oh, right. Involuntary celibacy. Where it's just like, oh, you just mean you mean being kind of gross. I mean, these guys kind of show it though, man. Whether they're physically gross or they are morally and just like their souls are gross. Like, you don't have to necessarily wonder why there is a loneliness epidemic. And guess what? I'm not one of these wokies that's like, it's our fault. We contribute to this. You know what? Women, maybe if you had, like, I saw this argument, by the way, from some fucking leftist where they were just like, well, maybe women need to, like, just try and fuck them and maybe they'll try and, like, then they'll change their minds. It's like, no. What? So you're going to reward bad behavior? For what? For what? On the maybe chance that it might change their world stance? I don't think so. Although, if prostitution were legal, that might change some things. I know NoFX, like NoFX has a pretty funny song. Even though it has kind of dated itself. But you know, at one point he talks about how there wouldn't be a bunch of jihadists if you just sent in a whole bunch of whores. It was like, oh, you know, I never thought of it that way. You think it's pretty voluntary? I think so too. Honestly, I do. I think part of it is like, man, like they just feel like they have to. You have no children and therefore no skin in the game. Shut up. Shut up. I voluntarily didn't want to have children, okay? I was one of those guys where I was just like, fuck that. I saw how miserable my friends were. I saw how miserable my fucking family was with kids. Oh, yes. Yes, kids are great until they fucking turn into something that you don't want them to be. Then all of a sudden, I start hearing oh, yeah, don't have kids. And because I have no skin in the game, you know what? Fine. If I have no skin in the game, why do I have to pay taxes for your shitty kids? Or do you understand the game and you're just disingenuous about it? Fat Mike is crazy, but generally a cool dude, it seems. Eat the Meek, good tune. Hell yes. Eat the Meek is one of my favorites. Actually, I like the Tegan and Sarah song, too. The Tegan and Sarah song is so fucking funny. Where he talks about creeping out Tegan. Dude, the fact that he made that a song that he played at the same fucking festival as them. They played that at Riot Fest, and Tegan and Sarah were on the stage adjacent. That shit's hilarious. Oh, man. Good old punk rock, man. God, I'm so mad that, like, again, they retire and then all this shit starts happening. I mean, I did see something where they were toying with going back out because they're just like, yeah, shit's kind of fucked up. And it does kind of feel like we should, like, I got some tunes in me for this, but you blame prawn for most problems, not the creators, but the consumption. Ruin an entire generation of men. That's bullshit. You do understand that prawn that dates back to, like, Mesopotamian times, right? Like, they used to do stone carvings and get off on those. It's not prawn. Which I'm saying stupidly because of YouTube. Hey, Cassandra. Welcome. Good to see you. Hey, I have a announcement to make real quick. A longtime viewer of this stream, and you guys understand I'm a leftist. He has been with us for over a year. He is a gay man that is in the IDF, which, you know, just the IDF part, most people would be like, why is he even in your stream? Well, it's because he's ideologically opposed to what he was doing because it is mandatory conscription. He got out today. I want to say congratulations to Ryan for doing his mandatory service, for seeing it through, even though I know he had a really hard time and he was mentally having a really hard time with it. I am very, very proud of him for doing so. So congratulations, Ryan. I hope you see this. If you don't, too bad. But yes, everybody give Ryan, Rion. Actually, you guys probably know him in chat as Rion. But yes, I am very happy for him. And his future is looking bright. So, especially now that he's not dealing with that. Because I've had some conversations with him specifically about that kind of stuff. where he was just like, I don't want, like, he didn't want you guys to even know that because he was afraid that you might hate him. So, yeah. Improve? Improve what? Kids are only good when you want them. Right now, kids sound like a nightmare to me. Ryan W? Hell yeah! Spam W's for Ryan. Only time I will give that one up. Where it's like, no, you guys can spam W's in chat for him. But yes, Rebecca, I actually agree with you on that one. I personally, I made this decision with my wife. Like, we sat down and had a long talk about it. We were in our mid-20s. Our friends started to... okay, now we're good. Thank you for that. Rebecca, that's enough. Thank you. As I said, I gave permission. Do not delete any of those, please. But yeah. Me and my wife, like, we sat down, had a long talk about it, thought about it, weighed the pros and the cons, and yeah, there's no pros in my case. Like, nah. I like being an uncle. Being an uncle's the shit. Because I don't hate kids, by the way. I hate that common misconception that, like, because I don't want kids, that I'm like some curmudgeon that hates kids. I don't. You know, like I said, I like being an uncle. It is way more fun. I get to, you know, it's a standard thing, but it's like, yeah, I get to teach all the best lessons, have all the good parts of, like, being, like, an influence on, you know, on my nephew. But then if he starts acting up, it's like, you're going home. I don't have to deal with that. I love that shit. Red State, Texas has 2.1 million undocumented immigrants. Red State, Florida has 1.6. Blue State, Minnesota has 130,000. Why isn't ICE flooding Texas and Florida? That is a great question, First Avenger. The First Avenger, I remember you being here because I made the comment about you being Captain America. And I just saw your Captain America shield, so nice. Like the name. The people who ruin that in the companies who keep pushing that are actual domestic enemies against the American people. Yeah, I kind of agree. I don't want to repost it because it looks spammy, but I'm not going against Prawn from reactionary reasons. I just think that it stops men from improving, and instead they blame women for having what? For having what? Agency over their bodies? What? What is it? Because what does you taking that moment to clear your prostate, like, dude, I'm at that age now where it's just like, all right, let's get this, you know what, this is for health reasons at this point. Sometimes it is just like, fuck, all right, let's get this done. Grandparents too. They're in Texas and Florida. Barely. I know they're in the blue cities, like in Dallas. You're boring as hell. Thank you, Stu. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to tell me how boring I am. Sorry, honey. Doctor said I got to do it. Dr. Pep's on the case. What are you doing? You know, the doctor. Oh, man. You know me. Well, sometimes, you know, both kind of, you know. I don't know. You know, I actually don't necessarily agree with you I don't necessarily disagree with you fully. I do think that like the way that it is accessible and the overabundance of it, and the fact that, like, if you're at a very young age, it could definitely desensitize you and make you think things about sex that are not real. Yeah. All right. You know what? I'm willing to concede a little bit on that one. Not going to outright say it's all bad, though. It's also kind of part on the, you know, personal responsibility, you know what I mean? Dr. Pep, not to be confused with Dr. Pepper. Truth. The industry itself has a ton of problems on its own. Oh, I gotta ask, did you make your outro music? I did not make my outro music. We have a very talented chatter that I kind of brought him up earlier. Actually, Terminator Timeline. I brought him up in the stream that you will be seeing later. So, but Kirk, at Kirk Music, here, let me, you know what? He deserves this. The dude has done a lot for my channel. So every time I get a opportunity to show his channel, I try to promote. So go follow Kirk Music. He's got some great stuff. And we have run it through an AI checker. So for anybody that wants to say that it is AI, it is not. He has proven as much. Even though it kind of sucks because there are like a few songs so that I had to even ask. It's like, hey, did you use AI on that? He's like, no. I'm like, But yes, we have had it confirmed from somebody in chat that is also, you know, a what I call a sound detective. But yes, I have a very talented crew here, and yes, we are actually working on a new song. I haven't heard a ton of political music mix-ups like that as much, but it seems like good stuff. Thank you. No, I love it. I love my intro, outro right now. That's why I use it as an intro, outro. But yes, I'm trying to do a separate outro because, yeah, I like the Who the Heck is Pep Talks as the intro to the show. Which, that drop of Biden, he had to work on that one. I got into it way too young. I'm working on quitting and developing better habits. I'm still a minor, so I'm way too young. Yeah, well, and I'm glad that you are recognizing that you have a problem and that you need to kind of step away. Honestly, it's very healthy. Keep on with that. Dude, I have to stop using M-dashes and essays as my professors think that that you're using AI. Are they still doing double space requirements or anything like that? I mean, I know this is dumb, and I did not go to college, so I know. Shocker, guys, shocker. Pep Talk's not exactly the most academic guy, but sorry, I'm still going on about it. It's all right, whatever. Just the average person doesn't have the self-control. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Stop. The average person has the ability to recognize when something's not good for them. Sometimes they admit that it feels, and it also, like, it's passing the time. Like, life is too short to sit here always feeling guilty for giving into something like that. Like, again, if it's not hurting somebody, if it's not, if obviously this is where it gets a little testy, because yes, if there is in any way, shape, or form children involved, yeah, that's a fucking problem. And that is where it's like, like, you might want to tell on yourself and just go to, like, extreme therapy for that. Greenland, he literally chickened out again, and then they came out and said, yeah, it's the same exact deal that we had before. So, who's involving the children? Oh, you just came in at a very inopportune moment. Because we are talking about how victimizing children in specifically that side of the internet is immediately, that's to jail territory, and that should be, pretty clean, open and shut there. But Zeus forbid, I am the writer. Trump will win. Win what? What's he gonna win? He's definitely not gonna win any elections in a fair and free system, because his polling is abysmal right now. I know that you guys don't believe in it, but just look at the vibe, dude. There's a reason that you need to come into a chat like this, you know, somebody that is ideologically opposed to you, and you need to fucking start spewing your bullshit because you know that you're uncomfortable. Why else? Like, dude, if you were secure, you wouldn't even need to be here. You would just be like, yeah, man, we're really trolling these libs. Like, goddamn. Like, we really are. We're just like, we're crushing. Dude, your own polling saying that. Fox News polling is saying that. Right? Rasmussen even said it. Once Rasmussen says, yeah, homie, this ain't looking good for you. You might have started to lose, you know, but whatever. Asking questions you can't answer? I'm answering your questions. Trump isn't running, Cope. Yeah, I mean, he did say, I mean, if we're supposed to take Trump at his word, he did say that he wasn't even going to do that, so whatever. Fox is not a good news source either. Then who is? Who do you get your fucking news from, numbnuts? Seriously. If you're such the journalist, number one, why don't you have a news network? I always love these independent journalists that don't have a Substack, they don't have a stream, they don't have any of this. They just know better. Fuck off. You guys called me lazy. Fuck you. Can't stand that shit. You didn't sleep at all last night. It was a terrible night. More anxiety. I'm sorry to hear about that, Cass. Americans are going to keep voting for Trump. For what? For what? We didn't vote. America didn't vote for Trump in this last election, or did you not pay attention to those because it was only blue states? Or does America not include blue states anymore? Is that how that works? Okay. K-Dog, I'm sorry that you have to live here every single day worrying that Trump is unpopular. He holds all the power, and yet somehow, some way, the left are such meanie bo beanies that you need to come out here and you need to stand up for him. Okay. Big Mac, why are you crashing out? Not secure? Yes, I'm crashing out, guys. I'm freaking out. Oh, my God. Pep Talk's having the worst crash out of his career. Oh, my God. I'm so angry. Trump is awesome. I'm glad that you have a hero. The old Cope Harder insult still stings after the millionth time. Doesn't it? I mean, God damn. I mean, yeah. It's almost like when they make fun of my hair, call me trans, say, oh, your mom's basement. It's all the same. I mean, come on, start playing the hits, and all of a sudden, I'm sitting here crying in the corner. We're taking Greenland too. Okay. It's objectively unpopular with everybody in the world, except you. Okay. And Trump walked it back today, but keep ignoring the news. I know that you don't like it. Your mom's trash hair basement. Chimpanzees and demi shit stains are delusional cultists. Yes. Quarthander. Yes. I do agree with this. I actually think the whole, like, they're delusional cultists. They are. Like, that's why I keep saying TDS is just Trump daddy syndrome, because I don't know why they need that. I'm not sure if they have bad relationships with their fathers or have no strong male influence in their lives, but, you know, they constantly look to Donald Trump and billionaires, and they're just like, yeah, you know what? They'll save us. Didn't your mom kick you out? No. No, my dad did. My dad kicked me out when I was 18, never went home. That's just an objective fact. The left is a cult? Explain, please. Who's our central figure? What's the left central, who's the central figure or idea that we're getting behind that we refuse to look at anything with, you know, any clarity, or we never dissent? Like, who on the left do I never dissent from? Please explain to me, since you know so well. But you accept those 11 women that died by illegal immigrants. Oh, I also accept the, I think it was something like 32,000 that died last year by white men. And I think it was something in those numbers alone, something like 12,000 were domestic partners. But K. Keep focusing on the 11 women that died. Okay. So how about what about the people, what about Renee Good, since you care about, women who died? I mean, do we know if any of those women stood in front of those illegal immigrants' cars? Because maybe, just maybe, or wait, no. I'm sorry. I got that backwards. How do you reach such a level of retardation? It's impressive. Oh. Cool. How do you reach that level of insult? Because, man, you got me. Guys, like I said, time to end stream. I guess it's just time to end stream. I mean, that was the ultimate insult right there. Big Mac got me, guys. I have to, wrap up the stream career. Host was born defective, according to the left. Oh. What do you mean? What do you mean that I was born defective according to the left? Now I'm kind of interested in that. Did you hear the leftist religion come out when the host brought up white men? He's always trying to atone, the host. I do have a name. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. Totally not a bot, guys. Totally not a bot. Bye, Lefty. Bye, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. Guys, let's cheer him on his way out. Woo! Let's go, Brandon. Woo! Fucking Christ. She was under arrest for trying to flee the scene. No, she wasn't, because you can't be under arrest by ICE. You can only be detained. They didn't even try to detain her. They just tried to pull her out of her car, which, I'm sorry, every lawyer and legal expert has disagreed with you on this one. But, K. You guys know so well. Keep it up. Keep it up. For real. I think it's kind of funny. Oh, man. All right, here. I forgot that I was going to do this. Let's check this out. Christianity has a white supremacy problem? Yeah, they do. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. She learned like Ashley, right, K-Dog? Right? Democrat or Repub? Bob is good at games. Well, Bob, I'm glad you're good at games. I'm neither. I'm also not an independent. I'm a leftist. I am DSA. I am proud of that. Because I do have a pretty strong conviction in that, yeah, I can see the policies that I want instituted in our system as it currently stands. So... But that pesky word, socialism. Meh. Left is an L. Okay. DSA, shy communist. No, because I don't actually like ascribe to like the whole seize the means of production and just the whatever. I'll be honest. Also, like, this is kind of where I can prove you guys wrong in the whole, we're a cult. We don't ever, like, criticize our own. I do. I actually criticized Karl Marx and in general how I was like, even when I read it, I was like, I don't necessarily agree with all this. But they're protecting your rights, dipshit. You're going to head out. You're tired. Good night, Rebecca. Hope you have a good one. What policies do I want? I would love to have some more taxation on specifically billionaires at this point because, yeah, even 100 millionaires, they seem to convince everybody that you're all going to be there. I mean, the billionaires do that with you too, but it's a little bit easier for you guys to conceptualize that. It's like, hey, you know what? If you see the good coming from it, then you might calm down on that one. Always protecting these billionaires. Because I think that, yeah, we can start taxing billionaires at 90%, not even 99%, 90% after every dollar they make after $1 billion. And then we can start using that to institute a little bit of that socialism. I know the bad word, but here's the kicker. This is where we fund the police, not defund. You fund the police even more. You fund the fire department even more. You fund hospitals. You fund medical schools. Yeah, medical schools too. And then here's the real one. Here's the one that I really want. Socialized medicine. Oh, my name is Lazarus, is it? Well, too bad Jesus resurrected you, so we had to put up with you. Still in a bubble? If I was in a bubble, all of you would have been banned, and I wouldn't even be engaging with you. If you can't give me that, then honestly, who's in the bubble? The old get a job insults, it's very, yeah. It's very original and intelligent. It's not like I have a set amount of hours that, I do my work and then come and enjoy you fine folks, but lots of blue tribers making 300K think that they aren't the rich to be eaten. Again, 300K is still under even the 400K that was the marginal tax rate in the 60s. I hope you understand that, by the way. So no, they wouldn't get hit the same way. But the thing is, I'm also okay with that. If I'm making that much, okay, I'll pay a little bit more. I'm fine with it. I have to live in a city where I use the streets, I use the sidewalks, I use the municipal fucking the municipal police and fire department, all of it. Yeah. That's how it goes. But I would like that to be offset by other people who make way more to come in, start paying their what they actually owe, because I don't think you have a conception on how much these billionaires are already dodging taxes. But okay. What was bad about Biden? Pretty much everything, honestly. He did good on the auto workers. I think that he did good with the unions. And I thought that the CHIPS Act was pretty okay. But realistically, there was a lot that he did that was ass. And he didn't fight for the fucking student rights. He didn't actually push for Kirsten Sinema to, push for a higher minimum wage. None of that. So, yeah. Yeah, Biden wasn't exactly what I would call awesome. But he also didn't open the fucking borders the way you guys disingenuously constantly say. You guys can't have Obama be the deporter-in-chief and then magically the borders were open by the time Biden was there for only 4 fucking years, because who did he inherit his presidency from? Oh, yeah, Obama. Oh, yeah. It went right from Obama to Biden. We can ignore Trump. Fucking Christ. He opened the borders last year. Oh, did he? So he literally unilaterally, he had an executive order that just opened the borders, and we just had millions and billions of illegals. Obama. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Mitchell? Michelle. My bad. What's up? Thank you, Jack. I appreciate that. Thank you for the subscription. Also, if you guys are just joining us and you haven't already subscribed or hit the like button on the stream, helps me out, gets the channel out there, and if you are enjoying the engagement, consider this. You can always come back and engage some more. Because again, have I kicked you? Am I such an intolerant lefty that I've banned everybody from fucking chat? Now, have I done that? If there's one guy in here that's just well, you did that one time, it's listen, I kind of blew up really fast. I don't understand. I don't know. I wasn't, there was one specific day where I was yeah, fuck this. I had over 100,000 people on that stream though, so I was like, hey, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you, Bryant. Survive. Got a gifted membership from Bryant. Thank you. Who fucking cares? Get a haircut. Original, dude. Very original. Hi, I would always catch you on YouTube. You're Sif. I decided to finally start chatting. Oh, hey, thank you for following earlier. You know what's really funny, Sif? When you hit follow on Twitch, I was in the middle of recording my my show for later that's going to be on this space. I'll make sure to link it for you. Here, I'll actually do that right now. Yeah, go follow this space. You will see it at 8 o'clock Central. 9 Eastern. Yeah, I actually thanked you because it happened live. It was funny. I got my notification to go off. I was like, oh, thank you for the follow. So, that was funny. Liberals count your days. Ah, see? There it is. No. Guys. We got it. We got it. We have somebody that's literally saying liberals count your days. He's an anti-American motherfucker who wants to have a uniparty. You're not American. You're actually you're an authoritarian. You are more than likely going to fall into communism with your authoritarian fucking regime here. Because I'll be honest, do you know who the most communist president in the last 40 years has been? Donald Trump. The second that he tried to nationalize a company, do you understand how much of a fucking commie he turned out to be? Weird. Don't hear about that. You don't hear about that one. No, Biden didn't try to nationalize a fucking corporation. He didn't try to nationalize IBM. Go look it up. Seriously, since you guys are so good at research, I'm going to give you guys a little homework. I know, this might break your brains. Go look up Trump's IBM deal. Then come back to me and explain how that is not technically a little step towards communism. Controlling the media, banning opponents. Yeah, and they're trying to do that. They're trying to control. I mean, he's literally trying to control the media, and he's trying to ban opponents. Openly, too, by the way. Like, this is the thing. He's not even trying to hide it from y'all. The fuck are you gonna do, Tricky? Yeah, nothing. He'll be sitting at home going, based ice. Literally he has nothing to add to it. Just the beginning of the second year, baby. Okay. Well, it seems to be very unpopular with the American electorate, but if you're okay with not having elections, my God, these people really are just like, I'm so happy that we're cratering towards being exactly like Russia. I mean, we know that you love Putin. Trump has peaked mentally, physically, politically, charismatically. Yeah, he has. No, I'm going to just say that. As just an observer of Trump and, someone who's lived through his presidency for as long as I have and paid attention as much as I have, yeah, dude, he's losing his shit. Watching the speech yesterday was the first time that, I was sitting there transcribing it to myself, and I'm like, what the fuck did he just say? And then I had to rewind it, and then I'm like, oh my God. He blabbers about nothing. Dude, when he started going on about his mom, where he's like, the insane asylums, we used to walk past the insane asylums, big, beautiful buildings. They were giant buildings. My mother, she used to take me, and we used to walk, and then I would see the insane asylums, and it's just, I don't know, man. If you guys are going to use the corn pop thing, get used to it, because Donald Trump is losing his fucking mind. So, which is kind of funny, because I don't care about Biden, and I called him old. I literally said that I was voting for, a dead guy. So, 72, you're in a cult, so maybe sit this one out. You'll both be right and wrong, but you're in a bubble? Okay, explain my bubble to me, please. We know about the feeling of blabbering. Jason, when you're right, you're right. Trump's speeches sound like Grandpa Simpson telling a story. Oh my God, he does. At some point, I was going to the Knickerbocker Theater. I have to say that very carefully because of my dentures, not because of what we used to call the black people. Sorry. Oh, man. No matter what political side you're on, it's a cult network. Not necessarily. Nah, that's kind of like the cheap way of just being like, I'm an independent. I don't like engaging with politics because it's all cult mentality. It's like, what? Shut up. What about the main problem? What's the main problem? Canceled. Kirk. I like how you're the one that... Oh, man. It hits a little differently when I see that it's coming from you. Also, shout out Kirk! There's the man who makes the music for the channel. Everybody give him a shout out if you enjoy his music. Left wing are strong for their left side. Right wingers are strong for their right side. So it's all a cult no matter what. That's a very reductive take. I mean, no. Because, like, most of the centrists that I know either lean left or right. They're just, no, they're fence sitters, and they're too pussy to admit that it's like, no, I actually kind of, like, I hold this as a tenet of, like, my morality and, like, what I expect out of my political party. Like, honestly, it should be kind of as simple as, do you want your political party to provide for Americans? Plain and simple. Most Republicans do not want that because they think that that's giving into the takers, that's giving into like a system of, oh, we're taking from the billionaires and we're giving to the takers. Instead of just realizing it's like, dude, you do understand that you are fighting for them to keep every fucking dime when they're like, dude, they could go, I think it's like 30 lifetimes and not spend every fucking dollar that they have. But whatever. Impressive MAGA in the chat today. Yeah, you know what? I'll admit that today has been a little less trolly, a little more engagey. I don't mind it. The left created the... No. The Democrats created the Ku Klux Klan. The left did not. No. The left, at that point, technically by your logic, was still Abraham Lincoln in the Republican Party. No, what you're doing is you're disingenuously trying to use history to prove a point that you cannot prove without being honest about said history and the shifting of the political parties. But since you are intellectually dishonest and you want to try that shit, I will just say this, fuck you. Like, seriously. Like, you don't get to do that. Just going to be real with you. Like, if you're going to try and use those examples, at least be honest. The Democrats could have voted on reducing taxes, but they didn't. I will admit, yes, that's bullshit. They did not vote on reducing taxes, but you know what they tried to vote on that got voted down because of Kyrsten Sinema, who was targeted by a whole bunch of right-wing fucking lobbyists from Arizona, and she did her little shimmy dance. That was on the $15 minimum wage. We actually had Republican votes for that one too, by the way. Dixie Democrats changed the whole thing. Exactly. The Dixiecrats, yes. The Dixiecrats did change the whole game. That's every side, though, right now. They could, but they don't cause people with houses would be mad as shit. What? Hey, Barry Guy, what's up? How's it going, Zach? Hope you're doing well. Would you say most psychopaths act kind or nice, or do they act like a crazy person? I think that most actual psychopaths, they try to give off an air of normalcy. I mean, I hate to use American Psycho as kind of like the go-to as far as like a case study on it, or like a character study, but 6 days sober, brother, hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Air high five to you, sir. And also fist bump. You fucking deserve it. No, for real, man. I don't know what this means to you, but I'm fucking proud of you. Like, you know, you've been in this chat, and I've seen what's going on, and man, I gotta say, like, you're doing it, man. You're doing it. So congrats. Congrats on 2 hours. Nice. 6 days. Nice. Keep it up. Oh, hell yeah. No, 6 days is, dude, I mean, especially like when you're first starting, that's a lot. So keep it up, man. I remember when I quit smoking cigarettes, I counted the day. I mean, I didn't have the cravings as bad as a lot of people, but it took past like the second week for me to finally go like, I'm not thinking about it anymore. Woo! But yeah, everybody give a W to Zach. You know what? Give props to Zach. Don't care what your politics are. This man was going through some struggles and decided to help himself. And anybody that has the power to do that, I don't care what your politics are. Fucking badass. So, serious congratulations. No, dude, for real. The subsidies were voted on were put in place because of COVID in 2021, then extended in 2022. Yeah, I thought that. And then when he let the child tax credit go up, that was one of the dumbest political moves that Biden could have pulled, especially leading into a fucking election year. Trust me, this is why I hate the fucking guy. I did not like Biden for what, like, dude, he was a bigger Zionist than half the fucking Republicans. Let's be fucking real. God damn. This is what I don't like about MAGA, is you assume that we all like that motherfucker instead of just looking at it for the reality that it was like, no, Trump is that unpopular that so many people were like, I'll go for the stammering half-dead guy instead. You know, at least he won't wreck the country. Like, he could literally pass out for 4 years and it would do less, damage. But any leftists that ran for president talking about taking away guns. The thing is, most leftists have stopped talking about taking away guns. No, what most leftists still talk about is having comprehensive gun reform. Like, for me, I'm a Second Amender. Like, I am a Second Amendment believer. I actually, like, I utilize the Second Amendment. However, I grew up in a time where the assault weapons ban was still in place. And you know what? I saw it happen in real fucking time, where all of a sudden they got rid of the assault weapons ban, and guess what started increasing exponentially? Do we need to wonder? Come on, man. And again, I like me some pew-pews. I do. But the way that people disingenuously use that is like, my freedoms, and then also ignoring the fact that it's like, nah, dude, we have like more gun deaths than any other country, and most of the fucking victims are children. And then you guys simultaneously try to do the disingenuous, but think of the kids. We can't transits in the bathroom because that hurts the kids. It's like, stop. This is why you keep getting called out on your moral inconsistency. I'm not MAGA, just trolling. This guy's views are just sociopathic. Mr. Oh, I'm better. I can sit here and complain. Wait, me? You're saying that me? I'm sociopathic and I'm just better because do I think I'm a little bit smarter than most people that like do just kind of cater to like their bubble and their cult? Yeah, I do. But I'm also like, I feel like I'm honest enough to admit my fucking biases. This is why I don't go around trying to be like, I'm a centrist that leans left. I'm not. He's saying that his party side didn't like Biden, but they didn't go to the primaries to make sure that he got impeached? What? It's not about impeaching, because he didn't commit any crimes or high crimes or misdemeanors. I know that you guys think he did, but there was nothing there. So, no. And honestly, him not allowing us to have primaries and then him doing the incumbency shit, getting to the point that he did in the debate and then dropping out and then yeah, I'm fucking pissed. Why would I not be? I voted for Bernie twice. Why the fuck What do you think that I'm jazzed about this shit? As I said, I'm at least intellectually honest enough to just be like, no, I thought Trump was that bad. Honestly, I did. Because the first time, it wasn't about him being an outsider, because I didn't see it that way. He is the insider. If anything, it's kind of like that guy. I'm not sure if you ever dealt with this, but like I dealt with this. Going from a religious school into like a public school. And then all of a sudden you're just like, wow, that guy like is really popular, you know? Wonder why. And it's mostly because you just have like you're an you're an outsider. But then you watch that popularity dwindle the second that they start fucking practicing the religion that they go like of the school that they're at. I watched that happen a lot. You think the bank fraud wasn't real? I think that his bank fraud was definitely real. I think that the bank fraud in Minnesota was real. What, a year and a half ago when it was being investigated and they arrested that woman for the $9 billion in tax and fraud that she had perpetrated, and how they did an investigation and they found that she was a ringleader of that fraud, and they had already clawed back a significant chunk of that said fraud. But tell me more. Since you're an expert, tell me more. What'd we miss? What'd we miss? Since you guys you always claim about the Somali fraud. That story made no fucking sense. What story? I would rather have voted for a piece of burnt toast. Piece of burnt toast. Than the Groyburn Chief. Bro, Edward or Jacob? Not asking the real questions here. Jesus Christ. Kirk, you're younger than me, and somehow that aged you. That was fucking crazy. Oh, man. I miss the fraud is fraud guy. I mean, it would be nice if more people, like, they could just agree that it's like, yeah, you know what? I don't like Trump. I don't like the way that he committed fraud. I think that this is bullshit. But it's all like this weird ideological bullshit that really has nothing to do with them. You know? Like, they're not fighting for anything better. They're always like, they don't offer anything of substance to make our lives better. There's no tax cuts that we actually get to see. If anything, we're the ones getting fucked by the tax cuts, because then they have to go and, you know, do the little, oh, we can't have this Medicare thing. Well, we can't have all these people. And then you do understand how that trickles down to you, right? Because you understand how illegal immigrants going to the ER makes your healthcare more expensive, but you can't apply that to when a poor white family all of a sudden loses their Obamacare or whatever fucking healthcare they have, and then you're just like, nope, not gonna do nothing. It's gonna be just fine and peachy. Then you're gonna start bitching when your prices go up, for your healthcare goes up, and you're gonna blame the left because that's what you always do. Trust me. We get it. Instead of looking at the facts of, you know, who your representative is, what they voted on to, you know, kind of stave off whatever fucking problem you have, or did they vote to make the problem worse? I don't know. These are the things. I ask these same questions about the people that's like, well, do you care about data centers taking up all your fucking water? Nah, you don't care right now, but sure as shit you're going to care when there's a Democrat in office. So then you can disingenuously try to use that as your new talking point, where you're just like, well, now that the left is in charge, what are they going to do about these data centers taking up all our water? At this point, I'm just waiting for it. Damn. Okay, so this Earl Grey that I have, I forgot who made this, but man, my tea got cold, and it's actually one of the rare times that it's hard luck Chuck. Grifter. Okay. Nice calling out the hypocrisy. Yeah, the Dem Party establishment should have gotten behind Bernie the way that the dipshits glommed onto Trump. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. You can literally tie it back to Debbie Wasserman Schultz having a meeting with Bernie, and then they decided that they were just like, we can't have this. Because they understood that they were going to be on the outside looking in if that happened. Did you say tea, Earl Grey, hot? I mean, I did when I made it. Yeah, this is actually one of my favorite cups because when you don't see the painting, that means that my drink got cold. Okay, the whole voting. So he opened up the borders so that the illegal immigrants can vote, even though they don't have Social Security, so they can't vote. You do understand that you constantly using blatant lies to justify your whatever this is. I'm not even sure if this is hatred or just ignorance. I'm going to go with ignorance. But holy fuck, man. Like, it doesn't even make any sense. Again, I keep bringing up the Porter-in-Chief Obama, but sure. Sure, that doesn't matter. All right. So, here's what's going to happen. We're going to do a segment. I need to get to this segment because I'm going to have to end the show a little earlier today. Even though when you guys go over to this space, make sure that you guys hit the like button on your way out and hit the like button on your way in. Okay, let's get to this. Trump says he reached Greenland deal framework with NATO, backs off Europe tariffs. Trump always chickens out. Taco, taco, taco man, taco man, taco man. Trump is a taco man because he gives up. Always chickening out, chickening out, chickening out. Always chickening out. Trump is taco man. All right. That was a silly song. I had fun with it, though. All right. I teased this, and we're going right for it. TYT getting exposed by a leftist. The left are eating their own, folks. Guys, everybody, breaking news, live from the Polymarket studio. We're about to call out some Cenk Uygur and some Anna Craftsberrien. And I keep forgetting to use that one. But, yeah, Cam James kept his promise. And, yeah, he did us a nice fucking service by going and exposing TYT as a whole, not just Rashad Richey. So, with that being said, let's watch the Cam James documentary.
Hi, I'm Cam. I used to spit, now I make flicks. The first two parts of this series were about the many suspicious degrees of Rashad Richey, the supposedly progressive host of Indisputable. Since Richey announced an impending lawsuit in his most recent response video, while looking like he was about to cry.
But I see now.
Rashad passed the hot potato. The thing is, man, I don't know. TYT, they buried this specific video.
That.
By the way, just so you guys are prepared, I did cover the Rashad Richey stuff for the show on this space today.
A part two, and other people are grabbing the commentary. Well, it has to be done.
I figured making another one about him alone would be overkill. This one's about the network itself, specifically their leaders, Cenk Uygur, that's how the founder of TYT, Cenk Uygur pronounces his name, by the way, and the self-labeled politically homeless Anna Kasparian. Though they've both done a lot of great work in the media for decades, and there's no way I can erase thousands of videos pushing progressive messaging and causes, many people on the left see them as deeply compromised in more ways than one. I'm also not letting their COO and former CEO, Jack Gerard, off the hook either. You don't get to fade to black just because you ain't a celebrity. Assuming all of y'all have heard of this YouTube OG news organization would be a mistake. So let's run that down real quick. The Young Turks is an American progressive news network founded by Cenk, Ben Mankiewicz, and Dave Kohler in 2002. They actually launched on Sirius satellite radio in the early days, then hopped on YouTube and Twitch when those platforms rolled out. Anna worked her way into a partner position fairly early on, and even took over
She was like 21 when she got in there, too.
editorial control after Cenk became a politician.
I have to say, that's
TYT
impressive.
is co-hosted by Cenk and Anna on the flagship broadcast, with a gang of shows targeting different left-leaning demographics.
Thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate that,
At
Bandit.
Bandit MTXI $5. Cenk, damn it Rashad, you couldn't just be happy with 2 degrees? No one going to believe you, some quantum scientist.
A variety of hosts anchor those
Nice.
shows, including our best friend, Rashad. I hear everybody loves John Iadarola and The Damage Report.
There is not a pure soul at the network than John, I'll be honest.
I love to hear it. I've heard great things about sports and politics commentator J.R. Jackson, OG news anchor David Schuster, and I've heard of Nina Turner through the grapevine. Everybody else doesn't ring a bell, but they got a lot of shows, bruh. At any given time of day, one of their shows is live, which seems like it was the whole goal of building so many spinoffs in the first place. I interviewed Dan Evans, aka
Hey, the space contributor, Dan from the internet. Also, Dan on the street.
Dan from the internet, a former producer
Also a follower of this fine program.
and guest host for the Young Turks, and collaborated with their former editor, writer, and co-host, Hank Thompson,
Hey, Hank, oh man, this space getting some
who's
shout
been
outs.
eyeballs deep
Hank's the shit, by
in
the
his
way.
own expose
You will be seeing him
covering the scandal around TYT's
on this show coming up.
union-busting saga called Tell the Truth, Cenk. I'll be including snippets of that, but over an hour of it is available on YouTube right now, and they're previews, but incredibly solid. Both of them reached out to me when they heard I was covering this, laid out some pretty strong evidence in Hank's case, and some important background info in Dan's case. I also reached out to former TYT contributor Jeff Wiggins from We Gon' Be Alright, who linked me to the videos made by other former contributors discussing why they left, or in the case
Sandy,
of Francesca,
man, we got a lot of this space representation today. I like
got
it.
banned by TYT. You'll see clips from them throughout this piece as well. I'll be clear right now that I'm not attacking anyone. My constructive criticism has nothing to do with the network's contributors, producers, writers, or on-air talent beyond Cenk, Anna, and Richie. After reviewing all the evidence, my conclusion is that despite
It's kind of the way we all watch him.
all the
Or
measurable
we all watch TYT.
good this network has done for
Yeah.
progressive causes,
Yeah, like
represent
TYT Sports is still based.
one of the strongest checks to Republican media dominance over the past 20 years. Their corporation is losing favor with their left-leaning fan base for very clear corporation-related reasons. The core values listed on the Young Turks website are not consistently supported by the actions and words of their leadership. And the sum total of these actions is much more reminiscent of naked capitalism than it is progressive. For the
Trump also invented groceries. Come on, guys.
purposes of this video, here's the definition of progressive straight from the U.S. State Department. Progressives are, quote, interested in furthering social and political reform, curbing political corruption caused by political machines, and limiting the political influence of large corporations.
You know what's funny? Based on that definition, you would actually think that some MAGA would just be like, oh, crap.
Rashad ain't off the hook either. We'll cover his past affiliation with conservative
Oh, man, that's a little too close. The whole political corruption and social change. Ah, damn it.
figures and wild statements about progressives in one of his dissertations. But I got to light up his employers first for me to make this point effectively. Let's pay the bills, then get to it. Shout out to my longtime sponsor, Aura, for making these investigations possible. I'll keep it quick.
All right. I appreciate that, man. And because he is sponsored,
It's a
I will
small
be
part of
cutting out the end of this.
story, but we can't skip it. The name the Young Turks is a popularized term among Turkish people that refers to a group of anti-establishment forces working to establish a constitutional government instead of a monarchy in the Ottoman Empire. Before you turn the video off, this whole thing won't be a history lesson. That's just what it means. It's become a more general reference to
like,
young
yo,
rebels fighting the power, like Public Enemy. Back in 1991, when I was saying my first English words, Cenk Uygur, a Turkish East
All right, that was a great use of a baby photo. Hey.
Brunswick, New Jersey native, was a senior management major at UPenn, writing for their newspaper, the Daily Pennsylvanian.
Oh, fuck.
He called his column How You Like Me Now, Baby, which screams preppy Gen X, but I'll let that one go. And in this article,
Jesus, look at him.
called Historical Fact or Falsehood, he uses 1,200 words to convince readers that the Armenian genocide did not happen. I've put the whole thing in the description in case y'all want to read it. He was really going in, talking about what 69 American professors wrote to Congress, nice, gassing up those professors' qualifications ad nauseum to make
You know what? We can't say shit about 6'7".
sure we believe
We constantly hear 6'9", and we're like, eh.
him. like another person we know, and even leaning on the words of a rear admiral working for the US government who called the genocide misinformation. What actually happened is that the Ottoman Empire's officials were shook at the prospect of Armenians joining the Russian war effort. So they wiped 1.5 million of them out via executions and forced marches. And yes, forced marches are a form of genocide. Remember the Trail of Tears? That was an American genocide committed against Native Americans, as an example. Fast forward to 2025, and Cenk is on the Lex Friedman podcast discussing what made him take that stance originally and how he came to disavow that article and admit that the Armenian...
Oh, Lex Friedman, by the way, I'm not sure if he's going to mention this, but Lex Friedman is also in the same vein of Rashad Ritchie. He went to a degree mill too, even though he didn't have to.
Genocide did actually happen.
Growing up in any tribe, whether it's a religious tribe or an ethnic tribe, you're going to get indoctrinated into that tribe's way of thinking. I'm in college and I read about a battle that the Ottoman Empire lost. And I'm like, that can't be right. The Turks have only lost one war, World War I, right? And I was like, oh my God, I'm an idiot. I got taught that in 3rd grade in Turkey. Of course that's not true. That's ridiculously untrue, right? I read the Turkish version, right? And the Turkish version has all of this evidence, right? So it's real in that it exists. And that one was so indoctrinated that it was tough to let go. And so Anna and I disagree on things from time to time. And we've been co-hosting now she's been at the Young Turks for 18 years and co-hosting for, almost 18. And so she's Armenian. It just dawned on me like, no, this too was obviously propaganda. So at that point, once you realize that, it becomes easier. That's why I'm trying to unplug people from the matrix.
That's a good debate to watch, by the way, when they first had that.
He changed his mind when he
Anna snapped on him.
realized he was wrong. Here's the problem with that, though. He still refuses to change the name. Anna defended it, too, in a now-deleted tweet, even though she's Armenian. Quote, we've explained the name 1 billion times. You know what it means, and you know the type of coverage we do. To perpetuate the same lies over and over again, which of course directs harassment and disinformation towards me, is an odd move, especially right now, end quote. Given what we...
Dude, just to this comment real quick, Green Day want to stay small, but they became big. I can't stand the whole sellout. I hate that shit.
You know about this historical event? It's like calling your progressive news organization the Hitler Youth. Anna knows this and defended it for one reason. She didn't like how the public was making her feel about it. Cenk did the same thing for the same reason. Of course, harassment isn't okay in any circumstances, but public pressure is another thing entirely. As a person who's worked at marketing agencies for most of my adult life, it seems as if this pretty cut and dry Washington Redskins-ass situation has a very obvious solution, but it would be a pain for them logistically. Any organization that publishes media on the scale that they do, which is thousands of videos a year, would need to dedicate a whole month of some unpaid intern's time to make sure any name change is reflected as widely as possible and to make sure their SEO and marketing campaigns are flipped to match.
Yeah, and that's why, like, being a smaller creator with TYT, I know that this is a little bit of inside baseball, but I never signed a contract with them, so I can expose this. Yeah, they put the pressure on the smaller creators to hit like certain quotas, and if they didn't, then they would just boot them from the like Rebel HQ and some of these smaller shows.
By refusing to change the name and complaining about the public pointing out this obvious conflict with their progressive ideals, Cenk and Anna are putting their comfort above doing the right thing. This is what's called a theme.
Ooh, I recognize that drop. Yeah, shit. I know that song. All right, sorry guys. I'm gonna do the pause 4 seconds, and then we can continue. There we go.
Hey, with TYT.
Dan, what's up, Dan?
No one will say it's great. I will say Hassan has previously talked about being underpaid at TYT, and I'll even contest to that because, funny enough, I was paid more than him.
Wow.
So
that says a lot by itself. Yeah.
Bo baby, I wasn't like family with Cenk or anything, but because I was such a young kid and because I'd shown
Guys,
such interest
I have a feeling that this might act like,
at a
oh,
young age. Cenk sort of protected me in a lot of different ways.
didn't even realize
Your
that
uncle
Dan
was
part of
letting
this.
everybody steal your sales deals too.
That's
His
true.
uncle would like let him.
Why is it them
massage
being at that table just
sales
made me
deal the last thing,
really
and someone would
hungry?
swoop in and close it and
And
take
close
the
it.
commission.
Objectively, Hassan was like a host. He would leave, especially near the end of his time at TYT. He would leave and start doing his Twitch streams. He would basically come in, do the script we worked on, leave, and then, you know, that was it. I'd be there producing 2 or 3 shows, so like I better have been paid more. But you know,
Yeah.
that's all to say that it was under market rate for probably the job I was doing, but in the world of digital media, it wasn't obscene. There are other people who were definitely getting paid under market rate, and I think there were some before the union efforts. I remember hearing some mutterings over some people who were working who eventually started forming the union. So like editors, studio technicians, anyone who would be covered under IATSE, they were talking about being like legally underpaid the like California minimum wage.
I think
for
Hank's
salaried
actually in
employees.
this.
So I was aware that those kind of things were happening even before 2020.
I had this IP, this intellectual property of the show that I like
That's
built
what
out of
it
this,
sounds like.
for free, that I did because I wanted to do it on the side. It's something I wanted, and I knew they were not
ideas
gonna.
guy.
Like originally, they were not gonna let
He's
me
the union dude.
do it unless I do it for free, which is kind of lame.
And this
I
is
know.
your uncle's company.
Yeah, it's my uncle's company.
Yeah, this is the guy that heads the Teamsters.
It got very popular, and instead of giving me additional funds to be like, here, let's build out the show more, let's give you a writer, because I did this in the supply closet. Basically, I put a green screen up there and I started filming myself. They were like, oh yeah, we're gonna take this IP and we're gonna give it to all the other hosts so we can like make more of the same type of videos without spending any extra money. And that's when I was like, damn, I have no ownership over this. My uncle was like, oh, this is an opportunity for me to hire someone and skirt some serious like
That's why you don't work with family.
labor regulation.
Why is a network that proclaims itself to be the home of progressives,
associated with the
supporter of
ADL?
Bernie
No.
Sanders and all these other different people, try to start doing some union busting tactics that are straight out of the book?
In 2020, Cenk tried to prevent his staff from unionizing, using every union busting tactic in the playbook. This isn't something a progressive does, and it also isn't breaking news. The whole saga has played out across the media pretty far and wide for years now. The union went public on February 12th, 2020, catching TYT leadership by surprise, and I'll let Hank take it from here.
I also want to shout out Hank Thompson.
Hi, I'm Hank.
It
I
is
worked at
Hank.
TYT as
Hank!
well as for the Jimmy Dore Show in various iterations over
dude's
the
awesome.
years. I was a long-time paying member before I began working for the company in 2013. As a video editor and lizard massager, I was on the ground floor of this organizing drive.
This Twitter page pops up out of nowhere, right? And it's TYT Union.
They'd used card check, an election process in which 50%, little help, Bernie.
If 50% of workers in a
If you guys are enjoying this coverage, consider joining this space. They are contributors on this space, as I am myself.
bargaining unit plus one sign a card
Especially
saying
if
they
you're
want
into
to
the
join
TYT.
a
you know?
union,
You're looking for a new space.
they will have a union. End of discussion. End of discussion.
End of discussion. End of discussion.
Fine. End of relationship.
After 9 days of silence, the company formally rejected voluntary recognition, saying they were prepared to voluntarily recognize the union, but only after a second election was conducted on terms more favorable to the company. While they wanted people to believe they were protecting the democratic will of the workers, it was in fact, as labor journalist Sarah Jones pointed out, classic union busting. Their statement was, put another way, total
Bullshit.
Bullshit.
What followed was a period of union
Yes.
busting that seemed right out of the union busting
Bullshit.
playbook. Every single tactic was a tried and true technique for disrupting solidarity, save one: publicly smearing the workers' integrity, intelligence, and motivations by accusing them of being in a conspiracy with Cenk Uyghur's political opponent.
Seriously, go watch that. I've linked it on screen and in the description. We're going to take a closer look at some of the things Anna said that Hank put on screen, then move to Cenk's statements. Hank and Cenk are different people, by the way. Please pay attention. In these tweets, Anna's going ham on IATSE, which stands for the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees. It's a union representing entertainment workers, like the ones at TYT. Criticizing a union for endorsing someone
The problem
who seems
is,
to not be very progressive.
So with the
is
same
fair game,
tactics
right?
that they were using with Hassan, and trust me, they thought they could get away with that because it is Cenk's nephew. So he thought, yeah, you know what, it's a family thing. But Cenk also thought because they were on YouTube that they were different than a CNN or a legacy media, outlet. So they didn't have to provide these types of protections. And he also did this where it's like they would purposefully get fans of their show to come and work for them. So then they kind of had that leverage where it's just like, but we're giving you an opportunity here, even though it's like this would happen. Like they were kind of saying, this was after a few years of them doing this that they kind of recognized, like, God, they really are just making money off the back of us, and we're not getting anything for it. But it's almost like that's the whole reason you need a union.
Anna wasn't doing this out of the goodness of her heart. She was indirectly lashing out at her own coworkers.
Hank's just like,
while I'm personally supportive of unions, that's not a good start. This feels like it's done in bad faith. She finishes by calling the situation extremely suspicious.
Why would you criticize the decisions of a union your coworkers are deciding to join, as if that has anything to do with whether they deserve representation or not? You have representation.
As a worker, Anna's had personal experience with how scary asking for a raise can be.
I don't like freaking asking for raises or negotiating. That's why I have an agent. My agent negotiates that stuff for me because I can't do it, right? So,
well, it's a uncomfortable process for everyone.
Worst.
She's right. It is the worst. Since very few have a private union, an agent, a company-wide union would
especially
elevate
when you're like
everyone
artistic
out of the
too, like that
intimidating subjugation.
Nothing sucks worse than when you're like breaking out in comedy and all of a sudden these agents start hitting you
Anna's
up.
agent helps her avoid.
Right, that's called having your own personal union. As Hank went on to point out, you're doing this to defend your boss. Now, what did Cenk say about it?
Our relationship got off to a bumpy start in the beginning.
As for Cenk, he did a lot more than just speak on the air.
Over the
This conflict was a lot more than just a bumpy start. He and TYT leadership spoke with the company's bankroll. I rarely get to say this, but Hank did some of this investigative work for me already.
The other tactics, all documented in these 4 articles, none of which the company has refuted, might seem so familiar because, as NLRB filings would later reveal, the Young Turks hired 2 anti-worker management-side law and consultancy firms. Since the home of progressives is largely member-funded, it stands to reason that the audience deserves to know how much they spent on union busting, if any. How much member money did TYT send to these anti-worker law firms?
For those listening in the car or while doing dishes, he just pulled up the receipts showing that TYT's 2 hired firms specialize in union busting. Here's a notice TYT had to post in their office for 60 days after
and then the way they tries to smear Hank,
violating section 7.
Like any chance that he gets where he hears the word Hank, he's just like, and Hank Thompson, that traitor. It's like
the agreement with the National Labor Relations Board. Remember how TYT leadership said they voluntarily agreed with the agreement and were prepared to accept unionization? All that language is a front. If they wanted to agree to that first majority vote, also referred to as card check, they could have. It was a lie. There's a lot more to this story, but Hank's got y'all covered for that. We got to move on to the next reason I call TYT the throne of fake progressives: blatant transphobia. But first, I came across this NGO report page in my research, and they were talking about TYT being pro-Israel while providing zero proof of it.
Recently, a media outlet did a hit job on us, and because we were criticizing Israel and we support others who criticize Israel, they said, well, that's it, you're anti-Semitic. In fact, Jew haters. Okay. Now, my proposition is that they're liars, and they never clarified to people that we actually speak out against anti-Semitism all the time, and we say do not conflate Jews and Israel. That is a government, and our Jewish American brothers and sisters are one of us.
Do not blame the entire Jewish population for the war crimes that are committed by the Israeli government. Because I'm not an idiot. I can tell the difference between the two. And I judge people as individuals, not as an entire group. I don't believe in blood guilt.
As we've said on the Young Turks now literally thousands of times, it is not about Jews. If you conflate the two, that is going to cause not just terrible anti-Semitism, but it's irrational and it's wrong. Jewish people are not getting their orders from stupid Netanyahu. Will some of them listen to him like Larry Ellison? Of course, because those are pro-Israel zealots, but that does not represent all Jewish people at all. Please, please do not believe them when they say such outrageous things that drive up anti-Semitism. Israel does not represent all Jewish people. Nobody called my friends, Jewish friends and family, and said, hey, you guys want to buy TikTok to do Israeli propaganda? Hey, would you like to kill more Palestinians? They didn't do that.
Do not conflate the Jewish people with the far-right terrorist regime that's currently governing Israel.
One of the few things that's redeemable for TYT right now are when Cenk and Anna go onto shows like Piers Morgan, and they're some of the only anti-Zionist voices, and they hold pretty strong positions on this. And, you know, I was moderately amused by Anna Kasparian slapping Bill Maher across his own podcast for his, you know, bad takes.
I don't like Israel as an ally to the United States. I don't. I think Israel is committing war crimes, atrocities, all sorts of disgusting behavior by this Israeli government and its military that should
Andrew, if you don't mind, what industry were you working
be
in?
condemned.
I'm just curious.
I think they're
Not trying to do a gotcha or anything.
pretty clear on that one, fam.
Welcome to the show. I'm gonna do the thing real quick. If you guys can do me the favor, double tap that screen. Really helps me out. Thank you.
Okay, the transphobia. I've been on the internet for a long time, and religious black people usually get really mad about me being an ally. So we got to put some definitions on screen as we enter the transphobia section. The UK organization Transactual sums it up well. Quote, the core value underlying all transphobia is a rejection of trans identity.
Union Carpenter? Oh,
And a
wow.
refusal
Really? I thought that there was a shortage. What's going on with that?
to acknowledge that it could possibly be real or valid. This includes, but is not limited to, attempting to remove
Did they? What was the reason? Was it like lack of contracts, or did they give you
Who's
one?
trans
I mean, I thought they kind of had to.
rights.
I don't know much about this. I'm personally not in a union, so if you can give me a little bit of background on that, that'd be great.
Misrepresenting trans people, abuse, systematically excluding trans people from discussions about issues that directly affect them, and other forms of discrimination. What did TYT do or say to qualify as transphobic? This is where I bring in Bonnie, a former contributor for the network. They made this video about why they left.
We're mostly going to be focusing on their
Bonnie,
transphobia,
not Benny,
which they have been escalating rapidly, which I guess is something that everybody really predicted would happen starting, I think, about 6 months
That was Benny.
ago, 4 months ago, when Anna Kasparian put out a tweet complaining
Can't
about
get
the
the
use
names
of the
right.
term birthing person, which is really, really funny because she kept on talking about
Oh, it's a dead
how,
name.
like, it erases women, and it just
I thought they were trans before.
it minimizes womanhood down to just body parts, except for it literally doesn't.
See, but notice how easy this is for me. Bonnie. Okay.
Everybody very immediately pointed out that that's a silly thing to say, that in fact thinking that the term woman and birthing person are
Well then,
completely
dead
interchangeable
name means dead name.
actually does reduce women to body parts.
It was from Dr. Michelle Morrison. It said the urgency of this moment is clear. Mortality.
The union hires way too many people, and all the jobs finish up at the end of the summer. Most construction slows down in the winter. A lot of people in my union are not
Rates
working.
of-
I thought that when you were like, so for instance, my father-in-law is a he's like a union construction worker that does like gas station, like he builds gas stations and shit like that. And even though they kind of like, they still have work in the off season for the most part, if it's too cold for the ground to even, you know, be worked on, he's not working. So they don't have the same kind of protections for that.
Birthing people are too high, and babies born to Black and Puerto Rican mothers in this city are 3 times more likely to die in their first year of life than babies born to non-Hispanic white birthing people.
I'm speculating that she doesn't want to say mothers because mothers is gender.
Yeah, so do unions actually work a little bit better if like the more urban the area is and like the more people we have? I
And
mean,
she's worried about offending birthing people. Like, birthing people really?
I think I know the answer to that, but I am asking for the benefit of everybody else too. Just curious.
Come on. For me, it's not even like, oh, I don't want to be inclusive and I don't want to think of, transgender people. It's the phrasing, like, it just makes you sound like a weird object that like, you're a vessel and nothing more. Like birthing people just sounds weird.
All right, let me break this idea down for everyone in my audience who's gonna.
Oh my God, we're back to it. Oh, I didn't think about that. I'm like, oh, we're gonna have to relive some of this crap.
Argue about it. Inclusive language isn't developed to force you to go along with it. I'll give you an example. Cisgender. In my last video, I dropped that term in reference to me. And a few of y'all pulled the same shit Anna pulled in this situation.
Yeah.
Righteous anger over being forced to call yourself cisgender.
Yeah, see?
What did I say in response?
I've had that in this chat today.
Nobody asked you to call yourself anything. This language isn't created for no reason to make progressives feel better or shame everybody else. Cisgender was first popularized on the internet by a biologist in 1994.
Fucking A.
You know, a science person. There's competing ideas that it originated as far back as 1914 in German literature, but it ain't new either way. Y'all act like transgender people ran in a room and told you what you're allowed to say. Y'all act like they did something wild, like prevent you from getting medical care or threaten your reproductive rights. To address this specific term, birthing person, it isn't the same as woman. Opponents will just say everyone with a uterus is a woman and storm out the room. Well, now that you're gone, the rest of us can acknowledge that trans men can also have uteruses or uteri. If a politician or public figure has to choose a term to address legislation or policy towards everyone who's able to give birth, what else would they say?
Yeah, but just saying non-binary, trans, or any of that, like, again, it's forcing them to call you something that you're not.
And not like the sound of it, which is fine. It's pretty awkward. I think we can come up with something better personally. I like birth squad. What isn't up for debate is that the term has a real purpose.
Like, while you might not enjoy the technical language, that awkwardness is inevitable in this current climate and necessary because we're trying to like fortify walls right now as trans.
Did I just get used to her having glasses on like all the time?
Erasure
man, yeah, she looks a little different with them.
Widespread right now. Like there's a barrage of deliberately trans exclusionary language, which is what some of the awkward, stilted terminology is meaning to beat back.
Anna's too smart to not see that, which reinforces my point that she doesn't want to let go of these popular stances. Popular on the right, specifically. She has that in common with Cenk. Y'all have become Karens. Believe it or not, this debate over terminology is the tip of the iceberg. This gets way worse.
Cenk seemed convinced of this idea that I'm living in some sort of bubble. They've even said it on the air. That people...
How does your union react to you taking... like subcontractor work, or you going out and doing some odd jobs,
fighting for trans rights,
or like possibly like
sort of
incorporating yourself? Is that like against the rules?
I was like, no, Cenk, you don't understand. I matched with a random person on Tinder, and the first thing that they started talking to me about is how transphobic TYT has been lately. Because I think that they had just kind of figured out who I was. And Cenk was like, no, see, you're living in a bubble. And it's like, yeah, okay, buddy. That completely random person I matched with on Tinder is just part of the bubble that I'm magically living in. But really, that kind of gave me the vibe.
I mean, it is anecdotal. If it's just one person, I'm going to be real with that.
Of like, oh, Cenk really thinks that like every trans person is part of some sort of ideology, that we're of like a strict like political viewpoint, and that we don't just exist as like a type of person that exists, you know?
So we got Cenk generalizing all trans people as living in a bubble, which is somehow both condescending and transphobic. They're not a hive mind. This ain't sci-fi, bro.
Oh, shit.
Next, we're back to Anna as she complains about teens being given puberty blockers and gender-affirming care.
I pointed out something that Anna had said on the air, where I was like, hey, Anna said this bit about doctors giving hormone therapy to children because they were afraid of being called transphobic. And I was very clear. I was like, you know that's not happening, right? Like, you know that isn't happening. And Cenk's response was, you know, I don't know. See, I could see it happening, though. And I'm like, no, but you couldn't, Because you know, if that actually did happen, that would be medical malpractice, and it would be like a federal
Thank you for that, Andrew.
case to just.
They don't approve of us getting work with non-union companies, but when bills are due, no one stays loyal. I do find work here and there, but it doesn't pay as well as the union.
Give kids
well,
hormones.
Isn't the biggest thing with the union also like not just your pension, but the having the insurance and having the benefits?
Replacement.
I mean, if there's one thing that I am jealous of the union benefits, that like my wife's father or my father-in-law. Jesus Christ, I couldn't even think. But yeah, I'm a little jealous of that because like it seems like his healthcare is way better than mine, and I have pretty decent insurance.
Therapy because you didn't want to seem transphobic. That's ridiculous. On its face is ridiculous.
Then there was what happened to Jesse Singal, which I found disgusting. I didn't know about that until at some point this year. I would say earlier this year.
With the trans stuff? Jesse's been
Yeah.
on the show before. Yeah, he's done great.
Jesse Singal is
Yeah.
a good faith, I think, critical thinker. I haven't seen anything from
What?
Jesse Singal that communicates to me that he is a transphobe, that he is a bad person. He did straight news reporting.
Oh, why do I have
on
a feeling we got
basically
clips?
What,
Uh-oh.
you know,
Uh-oh.
some of the risks could be when it comes to transitioning literal kids. I learned that I was wrong about a bunch of other things, right? So for instance, it is a lie that puberty blockers are reversible. In some cases, they are not, and they can cause irreparable harm. And look, you might think, okay, but you got to do a balancing act.
Who cares? Then that's for them to deal with. See, this is the thing. Why is it all of a sudden their job to protect people from making poor decisions or what they deem poor decisions?
And if
Isn't that antithetical to freedom? Like, I thought that we should just give them the freedom to do that.
someone,
I thought that was
if
American.
a child or if a teenager has severe gender dysphoria, and it would actually be better for that person to go on puberty blocks. Okay, I mean, we should be able to balance
Hey,
that
Anna,
out.
by this logic, then you should be forced to have a child. Because technically, I mean, you don't want, like, the birthing person thing, all this, but you're also not doing what a woman is supposed to be doing in this patriarchal patriarchy that we live in.
But my
Jesus
point
Christ, patriarchal.
here is withholding the information
Sorry, gave
because
up on
you
the word,
don't
just
like
was like,
the
"Fuck
information
it."
getting out there ain't the way to go, because that
Would that be a problem? Does she now would she see the fact that it's like, oh, well, I don't want to be forced to get, oh.
destroys any opportunity for us to actually have a good faith debate about what we should do moving forward.
But I think the real icing on the
She
cake
just used
here
the
is
term
this
good
tweet
faith for that,
where
for
Anna
real?
Kasparian has decided
God
to
damn it.
unilaterally declare Jesse Singal to not be a transphobe, despite, and this is what's really wild, Jesse Singal literally talking to whistleblowers at a medical facility that appear to have made some significant HIPAA violations about their patients in sharing the information that they did with Jesse Singal. And of course, you have him running around spewing all of the same transphobic nonsense that.
By the way, HIPAA laws, if they did do that, HIPAA lawsuits, those are the ones that it's like, if somebody did that to you, call a lawyer.
Basically, your average
You won't be paying anything out of pocket, trust me.
transphobe is gonna be spreading. You know, the types of things about like, oh, we don't know about hormones, and oh, HRT for kids, and oh my god, it's so terrifying. Oh my goodness, they're turning all of our kids transgender.
I'm not the best qualified to discuss the full spectrum of topics under this umbrella, so I'm limiting my analysis to very specific parts of the discussion.
Nice.
This is where I
always
took a
appreciate
timeout,
that.
researched
Timeout.
Jesse Singal, and actually read the article and is referencing. Singal's both a notable journalist who's written for large publications like the New York Times, and a person who many progressives and trans rights organizations have labeled a transphobe. Did I find evidence of his transphobia? Absolutely. Is the article Anna's discussing transphobic? It didn't seem so until I dug deeper. Since people call him a transphobe, let's analyze the author more closely first. There's many instances where he was accused of transphobia besides this article, but I'll focus on a couple. He has demonstrably lied about a teen receiving hormone therapy after a 10-minute assessment. When called out for lying about it by the teen in question on Twitter, he deleted the tweet and blamed everyone but himself for misconstruing the facts. spreading dangerous lies
figure.
and failing to take accountability
Very, very strong journalistic integrity with this guy.
for them, is transphobic. In another instance, he was also accused of defending Dr. Kenneth Zucker while writing for The Cut in 2016. Zucker was accused of recommending gender-conforming techniques to convert kids to a cisgender standard. So like conversion therapy adjacent. Zucker maintains that wasn't accurate, but got fired from his clinic anyway after public pressure led to what he calls a show trial. I didn't think Single's reporting rose to the level of transphobia here, since he also presents the criticisms of Zucker in very plain language.
It's funny, in this world that we're living in, my nephew playing with Labubus would have been frowned upon.
Throughout. This just
but
felt like reporting.
That's what he's into.
Me, until I read other people's
Try to get him into Pokemon. Labubus.
Opinions about it. This article by Lily Franks showed me what I was missing. Single appears to have an agenda in his reporting from the outset, then does what he needs to do to arrive at that conclusion. In this case, he hyper-focused on one attack against Zucker that he could disprove. That Zucker called a child hairy little vermin
I know.
when they took their shirt
I was
off.
like, oh.
Turns out that didn't happen. What did happen is all the accounts from parents and patients.
He just doesn't give a shit about Pokemon.
That they were uncomfortable with their care, and that Zucker pushed them towards limiting rules and recommendations to get their behavior closer to cisgender kids. Cherry picking your arguments ain't the move, Jesse. I've been guilty of it.
I tried that. I actually tried to find the Pokemon that looks like a Labubu and just be like, hey, look, and he...
Which is why I try to find information that disproves my bias.
I've already beat you to that.
Those two examples to show that there's times where he's very clearly transphobic, and times where the answer wouldn't be as clear
Favorite
to a
Pokemon starter? Charizard.
There's so many more examples of him attacking trans people for criticizing his work.
I don't care.
Encouraging social media mobs to go after them, and more. Those are in the cited sources doc in the description. In interest of time, I'll move on to the article he wrote for The Atlantic, because it's a big deal. The link is also in the description. I encourage y'all to read
He's
it.
the best one practically? Venusaur, because technically he has not soul drain, but he can restore his health.
And make up your own mind. Critics of his work, like Glad, G-L-A-A-D, insist that he focused too hard on rare cases of people who identify as detransitioned or desisted. Detransitioned refers
we could be friends, Saber.
people who have stopped or reverted steps taken as part of a gender transition. While desisted refers to people who stopped or reverted their steps to socially transition, but hadn't progressed to anything medical yet. I know there's competing definitions out there. Y'all bear with me. Those are the commonly accepted ones. They also accuse Single of amplifying the phenomenon of social contagion, meaning children being influenced by social factors to become gender dysphoric. His article was literally...
I mean, he got mad at me for not having my own Labubu. I was like, what?
Court cases to strip transgender people of their rights.
I didn't know that was... Oh.
He actively hid the fact that out of the 4 detransitioned people he interviewed, compared to the 2 happily transitioned people, already out of balance here, 3 of the detransitioned people were either directly associated with the anti-trans organization Fourth Wave Now, or, like the 4th one, they had a parent who was. This is deceptive. It paints a very anti-trans picture of this article, in my view. Hidden agendas ain't cool when lives are at stake.
And again, so many less intellectual people will hear this guy and they'll take it as like gospel.
Single's defenders argue that he interviewed doctors, transgender teens, and adults who self-identify as happily transitioned, detransitioned, and desisted. Parents on all sides of the issue, scientists, affirming therapists, neutral therapists, etc. And he spent a lot of time reinforcing the idea that transgender people are valid, deserve affirming care, and face significant obstacles in our current society. If anything, his main point seems to be that rushed affirming care has consequences. But he clearly bent the methodology to arrive at that conclusion and presented a slanted view. I'll be very clear. I can't sum up Bonnie's reasons for leaving TYT based on one specific comment from Anna or one article by Single, and it's not my place to try.
And I cannot, I will not, I refuse to lend any support to those views whatsoever.
I remember the day. It was the same day that they went after Lance from the Serfs. Bonnie caught some strays there. And I remember that like after that, you didn't see her anymore. What's her face? She used to be on Rebel HQ. Fuck.
Because fundamentally, they're dangerous,
Oh my God.
and they're ridiculous, and like they're
Burbank, Jessica Burbank. She also left.
straight up evil.
What I will say is that Anna clearly hasn't vetted single enough to be dying on this hill. And that fits with the TYT approach when they get called out.
Oh yeah,
by the
Ravana
left.
too.
Lash out first, analyze later. Go with your gut feeling, despite the existence of so much evidence that you're uninformed at best and actively harming the people you're seeking to protect at worst.
But okay, you don't care about the politics? Let's just, for once in your life, think strategically about what that means. That means
I can't get over how much she looks like the fucking Samba meme, or like this the emote from your phone, where the dancer.
that you're going to continue pushing the Democratic Party to unequivocally support everything that the trans activists want, even if it's unpopular among the electorate. That means they're not getting reelected. That means they're going to lose to Republicans. Republican lawmakers who are passing draconian, disgusting
There it is.
legislation in various states right now as we speak.
Am I wrong or
against the transgender community?
Look at this. You're gonna push the Democratic Party to unequivocally support everything the trans activists want. Like, shut up. Literally, shut the fuck up. I think Anna Kasparian is genuinely personally transphobic. I'm just gonna say it right now. She's like saying and doing all of the things. She's referring to every trans person as a trans rights activist. Referencing every trans person as a trans rights activist is just, on its face, literally transphobic.
I mean, that
shout
is
out-
kind of like saying that she's a feminist just by the merits of being a woman.
Oh, I'm a queer black man, so shout out to all the queer folks who are on TYT, who were contributors at the time, who had their own little like Twitch shows as they were trying to get out onto Twitch as well.
Manuel Silva.
This run really smart trans woman.
How's it going?
Went by Benny at the time, now Bonnie Carollo, who was on TYT, and when Anna was
You're
starting
stoic human gaming. Taco Trump always gives
to
up.
listen
Yep.
to,
Chickens out.
I forget their names.
Trump always chickens out, but you're a stoic hero gamer. Consider hitting that sub button and hit the like.
But a lot of these
hang out. You're with good people.
Like right wing sort of like trans panic sort of
Free thinker.
substackers
Good to
and
see you.
journalists and things like that, and really falling for the listen. I have nothing against the LGBTQ plus community, but can we talk about bathrooms and sports stuff? Like just falling for all the tropes.
Right.
You had Bonnie, who is incredibly educated, truly one of the smartest people I have been blessed to know, who is breaking down on a biological level, on a sociological level, in a way that you could tell she was barely even speaking from lived experience. She was talking about papers in reputable journals that have studied this thing since before Anna or Ben Shapiro or any of these transphobes were but a twinkle in their
You're pro-Trump, but you'll be respectful.
father's eye.
Saber, hit that like and subscribe button, because I'll tell you what.
Right.
I appreciate that. That's the type of candor that I look for in people that do not agree with us.
Despite all of this evidence, despite all this
Appreciate
research,
that.
Anna was like, well, I look on Twitter and it seems like a lot of people are like this, so it's fine.
Yikes.
And Jenks said something along the lines of, I love my like radical lefty friends or whatever, stuff like that, but you're losing on this issue.
It's going to drive
Yeah,
everyone away
420,
from you. And it's going to
here in a
lead
minute.
to a situation where it's harder to win those rights that we're all fighting for rather than easier to win.
People don't like the idea of
We don't have to agree on everything, otherwise the world would be stale. Unfortunately, if you support Trump, you might need to work harder with the people that you're ideologically in line with, because they see it as no. Like, I've seen way too many people coming into my chat, like not just trolling, but they're very comfortable with the idea of getting rid of leftism, locking all of us lefties up, saying that we're mentally ill, and then just throw away the key. They don't see it the way you do. Then they're like, because they also don't see the fact is then the people who are not like pure MAGA are the next ones.
Giving
and then the women of MAGA, then they're gonna go after them.
trans people
Like,
all these rights. I'm like,
you're from the EU? Manuel.
damn,
thank
nigga,
you.
like you know there was a point. You know there was a point in popular
Being here,
opinion
man.
where civil rights for black people was not popular.
That was my
That doesn't mean you don't.
Being inherently bigger.
Yeah, like, it doesn't mean you don't fight for it. Their
Yeah,
rights.
And this whole idea of like, you're going to lose to Republicans. You're going to lose to Republicans if you cater to these trans people.
West Coast,
Once
I'm gonna
again,
go
is
step off
entirely
camera here.
debunked. Most people are fine with trans people. And when Republicans make their entire platform about attacking trans people, it actually does undermine their political success. We just live in a country that is very much not a democracy. It has all this gerrymandering and all these other things. And so Republicans still have like seats in a lot of places. I know, wild concept. But genuinely, if you look at their poll numbers in response to them focusing on just trans people existing, it's not working.
This is just true. I went to the Human Rights Campaign site and they have a whole article about all the races Republicans have lost, trying to focus exclusively on hating trans people. Hey, let's check out Georgia. I live in Atlanta. Turns out Herschel Walker, the ex-football player with half his brain...
That Godzilla poster's awesome. Thank you.
Missing, lost his runoff race by damn near 3 whole polling points, partially because he hammered trans people so hard. Herschel Walker's going to come back up in this story later. Stay tuned.
Political commentator Anna Kasparian of the progressive network The Young Turks, who famously a few years ago declared herself politically unaligned and spent the run-up to the 2024 election and most of 2025 gracing right-wing shows, not to challenge but to find common ground with them, the ground right over the bodies of trans people.
Is it bad that I don't want to see a dick in the women's locker room? Is that bad?
No. At minimum, politically, I would not do that. I think that it puts people off. They're confused by it, and especially conservatives. I mean, you're never going to get conservatives anyway, but maybe conservative independents, right? They're scared of change, right? And all of a sudden, when they hear something so foreign to them, they go, "Oh, hell no, no, no! I'm not. Nobody's going to call me a birthing person. I'm a mother, right?" And especially on an issue like that.
I kind of put my foot down, and on my own platforms, I was starting to interview the contributors who were being let go of, not necessarily because of their numbers. They were doing great numbers, but because they were arguing with Cenk and Anna too much. And you know what? They were being honest that if you say trans rights except this, that's transphobic, take it to the bank. And they didn't like that, but they were apparently fine with, you know, multiple people with sexual harassment, multiple people who were like rabid Zionists on their network, multiple people like, you know, like all this other different stuff, usually giving them a pass because they had 5 figures of followers on Twitter. It's just not journalism.
Quick pause. We addressed anti-Zionism earlier, and it's true that Cenk and Anna don't necessarily have any stances that are Zionist. But if they're letting people on their network, like the Jimmy Dores and the Dave Rubins of the world, get away with being so far right and
but they didn't.
So
to be fair,
Zionist,
they didn't.
Then that's on them too. They're responsible for their network.
No, that's why Jimmy Dore like was pushed out publicly, and there was a huge fucking breakup there, like as far as Jimmy going after TYT and TYT going out. That's why they're so obsessed with calling out Rubin. Come on, man.
I was scheduled to be on.
Like, I don't want to stand up for the Young Turks at all, but that one is disingenuous. Like, no, they weren't exactly standing behind Jimmy Dore. Like, maybe they did behind the scenes for more time than they should have, but I don't know. Like the public breakup.
Rashad Ritchie show.
I feel like that was framed a little disingenuously, in my opinion.
And their producer told me that I was taken off the show. The week that I was starting to talk about all this stuff very publicly and wasn't mincing words, and I was hosting people who were former TYT people who weren't mincing words.
That is
like,
yeah,
and I know that was not Rashad Ritchie's decision. That was not that producer's decision. That came from much higher. Yep.
I'm going to talk about this a lot more later, but Cenk is much more obsessed with what's popular and what's going to put off the Republicans than he ever will be with actually growing a backbone and doing the right thing.
I will agree with
that. The Young
that.
Turks core values page is full of statements that make it clear that they're never going to do this kind of thing. Either they forgot what it says or they sold out. Either way, both of y'all are tripping.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Y'all remember the Occupy protests? A lot of people really angry, focused on.
See you later. Got to make dinner for the kids. Take care.
Holding
Thanks, Saber. Appreciate you stopping by. Hope to see you again.
Corporations accountable for their bullshit. Now, do you remember Citizens United? Big case, Supreme Court decided that campaign
USA should be careful with the EU.
donations can come from corporations because they might as well be people. Why not?
I'm not exactly thrilled about what's going on right now.
In 2011, Cenk introduced Wolfpack, a political action committee solely dedicated to reversing Citizens United. Sounds great, right? There's a couple problems with it though. For one, Wolfpack worked with really destructive right-wing organizations like ALEC extensively to achieve their goal of creating a constitutional convention. Hold up. There's two terms in that sentence that most people probably aren't familiar with. ALEC, A-L-E-C, is a group of right-wing lobbyists and political leaders that want to rewrite the Constitution. A constitutional convention is the same thing that took place in 1787, a bunch of white men getting together to debate and ratify the Constitution. Now you're all caught up. Problem is, a group like ALEC wants to rewrite the Constitution for entirely different reasons than Wolfpack says they do. We're talking about an organization that supported the big lie about Trump really winning the 2020
That makes
election.
sense.
What is this holding hands kumbaya shit? More evidence adding to the pile, supporting my main point. The Young Turks are putting results that benefit their public image ahead of basic principles. Their site claims, quote, big money donors are rigging elections, end quote, and that you're in the right place to fight corruption. But how is that the case when you're partnering with corrupt groups to achieve that? I'll be super clear. I don't know if they're still working with them right now, but there is no reason they ever should have been collaborating, because there's no world in which ALEC or any group like them would ever create a situation where an anti-Citizens United amendment would succeed. These constitutional conventions you say you want would specify that each state gets one vote. That means red states, which only represent 1/3 of our population, get to determine those amendments. Beautiful. Just so y'all know, I'm not making loose insinuations. Wolfpack testified as neutral in a hearing about COSA's convention application. That's one of these far-right groups. When one of the original founders of COSA, Michael Ferris, used to be president of Alliance Defending Freedom, which is a conservative Christian hate group. These are the people y'all are kicking it with. All that both sides talk he was popping off earlier makes a lot of sense now, doesn't it? Pause that and read it if you need to. In 2024, footage of at least 7 to 10 armed minorities in an apartment building hit the internet in the middle of a dispute between a terrible landlord and his tenants. The landlord was facing lawsuits for not handling bugs, repairs, and tenant complaints, and hired a PR firm that specialized in planting news stories. Shortly after, the landlord claimed the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua had taken over his apartment building's empty units and was extorting residents. This man had 3 buildings, and all of them had similar problems, but this was the only one that forced the landlord to come up with an excuse, because his tenants sued him. Fox News and every other right-wing outlet ran with the gang story for obvious reasons, and TYT took the bait hard.
You're watching footage from last August featuring members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua breaking into an apartment unit in Aurora, Colorado. Now, a shooting later broke out in the building's parking lot. And there's also some video footage that shows armed men confronting a driver in the parking lot of the apartment complex. Let's put that up. But apparently, this particular apartment complex, according to some of the residents and former residents, has been riddled with all sorts of gang violence over the last year. But this incident has sparked a big debate and I believe some gaslighting about whether or not there is a problem with Venezuelan migrant gangs basically taking over apartment buildings or causing violent crimes at these apartment buildings. The mayor of Aurora, Colorado, admitted that there actually is a problem with Venezuelan gangs. Aurora's interim police chief said that the gangs had not taken over one of the complexes. Now, depending on what you're
It's weird. It's almost like the immigration part isn't the actual problem.
you're hearing different things. And whether or not this is a
The fact that they're violently doing it.
widespread problem in Aurora,
But, okay. I guess you don't understand how optics work.
Colorado remains to be seen.
Cool.
Let's be clear about that. But the issue of this Venezuelan gang carrying out violent acts and crimes in the area there seems to be a lot of evidence of that, while the Democratic lawmakers and leaders in the state and local level want to pretend like it's not happening at all.
What I blame them for is believing the claim that these were Venezuelans with no hard proof. The fact that they ignored information about conservatives inventing the city's gang problem. And the claim that there's a gang violence problem, which is a completely different thing from a gang taking over one building. The city council admitted that the city's Venezuelan gang problem was their opinion and said that, quote, their opinions aren't up for debate, end quote. What? TYT had access to this story by 9 News because it was published the same time that this event happened. They chose to focus in on this whole Democrat politicians are gaslighting us storyline instead of the facts, which is that this is propaganda. Is there a Tren de Agua presence in Aurora? Absolutely. Is it a massive gang violence problem that extends to multiple buildings? And did they take over this building? No, and they shouldn't have reported it in the first place. Jurinsky, the same person that dropped that quote, also accused.
Wait, wasn't Aurora, Colorado, the place that had that motel that they like found that it had a bunch of like secret passages and shit and like holes cut out and like fake mirrors?
Accused Tren de Agua of being behind this large crowd that gathered at a local mall when the Venezuelan election results came out. Spoiler alert, they were there to celebrate the expected fall of Nicolas Maduro. You know, the guy we kidnapped from Venezuela? This feeds into Anna's narrative of being victimized by the left. It just gives her more reasons to move away. TYT took this extremely nuanced story with conflicting evidence and screamed at us about it with the most white suburban housewife energy I've ever seen.
The interim police chief said that the residents making complaints about the gang's activity have largely been migrants who live in the buildings. Why are we allowing them to be victimized by this? This is ridiculous.
Who said nothing's being done? You said yourself there's an investigation already underway. This is what happens when you have a 24/7 outrage machine to fill in every day. For another example of how they're not walking the walk, let's break down their 180 on the unhoused population. Jeffrey Katzenberg, the DreamWorks exec who tried and failed to get us to watch vertical TV shows on Quibi, invested $20 million in TYT via WonderCo, which Jank announced on air while claiming that they'd stay progressive and independent in their coverage. Cool. If you follow through with that, then there's no problem. Jeffrey Katzenberg's been indirectly pulling the strings, just like Bezos at the Washington Post. Here's an example. He flexed his influence in getting homelessness criminalized.
It totally is. Oh my God.
Meeting with most of the city council
Aurora motel owner for decades spied on guests having
members in the week before the council voted. 4 of the people he met with said that he wanted to know why
the Manor House Motel on Colfax Avenue in Aurora, Colorado.
Many tents are on the sidewalks and what could be done to deliver additional resources. That's great, right? But 2 sources said he wanted to be helpful at first, but quickly moved towards enacting limits on where people can sleep and talking about tents down, which is eventually what happened. What happened not long after that? Anna advocated for anti-camping laws on TYT.
One of those terrible decisions is essentially doing away with anti-camping laws, right? Allowing people to camp out wherever they want, whenever they want. And if, like, we have a homeless problem in California. We have it all throughout the country, but it's particularly bad in California. And so the argument is, well, if there isn't public housing available for people, they should be allowed to camp out.
Talking about how there's sufficient housing and that unhoused people don't want to take it.
Okay, but there's also a problem right now where there is public housing available and individuals will say, no, I don't want to take it. I don't want to follow the rules in the public housing. And so as a result, I would rather camp out.
What the hell are you talking about? Since when is there sufficient housing for the unhoused in LA? No. They dropped that video in 2021.
Damn,
that
really?
wasn't the case in 2021.
Man.
It wasn't the case in 2023 either. It damn sure ain't the case in 2026. Y'all didn't provide any evidence for that claim. Where did that come from? Anna. It came from Anna. The facts disagree. And y'all are supposed to be the ones reporting the facts no matter what, regardless of popularity. Let's throw it back to how they used to cover this same issue when discussing homelessness in Las Vegas.
Homelessness continues to be a giant problem in many big cities throughout the country, and the city council in Las Vegas has decided to approach this in the worst possible way. They are essentially citing homeless individuals who sleep on the streets. The Las Vegas City Council is slated to vote on an ordinance that would make it illegal to camp or sleep on the streets in parts of the city. Drafted in September, the ordinance would make it a misdemeanor to rest, sleep, or lodge in Las Vegas's downtown district and other residential areas if shelter beds are
Could this theoretically be solved by just having designated areas that they could camp?
available. Now, here's part of the problem. Most of the time, there aren't enough.
I don't know, like so in Chicago, it just kind of, I think it's like an unspoken rule where it's like, no, there's certain places they kind of set up as like little mini tent cities.
Actually, all the time, there aren't enough shelter beds available for homeless people to find any.
Trust me, Lower Wacker.
Refuge in.
She makes the point that there aren't enough beds available and that these violations are criminalizing people unfairly. Those criminal records make future work more difficult, creating a cycle of poverty. The takeaway is clear. The Young Turks is for sale, and all these flip-flops directly contradict what Cenk was claiming to do with Wolfpack. I'm not a VC-funded network like TYT, but I have to make decisions on whether or not to sell out my audience every day.
Yeah.
It's a simple decision. Do you value money or your reputation more? I acknowledge that it probably feels different to stare down tens of millions of dollars rather than the thousands I deal with. But is it really that different?
Money's money.
What's the price tag on your self-respect?
I mean, you guys know I had the chorus thing.
As
where it was like, oh.
promised, I want to turn to Jack Gerard, TYT's COO and occasional acting CEO during Cenk's political campaign. His LinkedIn tells a pretty clear story. He's still the acting chief operating officer, was the chief administrator.
This is why I also don't have an agent, because if I had an agent, do you know how many times a day I'd be getting fucking called? Just shut up, shut up, shut up. You're going to lose another opportunity.
Officer during the unionization drama, and came to TYT after running Kaiser Permanente as their executive director of national product management. In case none of that landed for you, Kaiser Permanente is a healthcare corporation.
Yesterday's a prime example, actually, of that.
Was to manage national medical insurance products valued at over $1.4 billion, according to his own job description. When we talked about the union-busting firms TYT hired, when we talk about the funding round they completed with Katzenberg's VC group, the exploitation and termination of employees, he's an integral part of the story. I wasn't in any of their meetings, but it's not a stretch to lay the company's shift towards the right at his feet, too. It made business sense, and his specialty as a healthcare exec was making money at the expense of ethics and morals. My last point about the TYT squad is about their partnership with Polymarket, the crypto betting platform where you can bet on real-life events, like political campaigns. I don't think I need to explain why that's not a good look for a progressive organization.
No.
It's funded by billionaire Peter Thiel, the venture capitalist who co-founded PayPal and backed Facebook. He founded a hedge fund and Palantir, a big data analysis company.
I got no love for Peter Thiel. He has done massive damage to this country. He backed Donald Trump 100%. He backed the lunatics, JD Vance and Blake Masters, just disgusting people who spread hatred and fear and lies in this country. So don't mistake what I'm saying for as any defense of Peter Thiel. Live from the Polymarket studios. What is this? It's hilarious. I love it. I think it's a perfect sponsor for us.
This partnership renamed their crowd-funded, independent Studio of the People to Polymarket Studios. That's like when the Heats Arena got renamed for FTX. I want to sit in on the crypto corporate partnership section of future economics classes. That shit's going to be hilarious. Regardless of how often you claim your content won't be compromised by these massive corporate sponsorships, it simply isn't true.
When you see like Anna's continued shift towards being willing to hear the right-wing, angles of scapegoating migrants, scapegoating people of color, and you hear some of Cenk's things about, oh, let's meet them in the middle. Let's listen to these people. These people are reasonable. Oh, there's Jimmy. There's Ben Glebe. Yeah, I know I disagree with them, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt. That benefit of the doubt was not given to, in my strong leftist opinion, the most important people who are there, the workers, the staff, the ones who stayed after the hosts, the ones who came in before the hosts, the ones who would sacrifice their social lives, their
production staff,
professional and financial sort of prospects, because they believed in the mission.
It's like
to be fair, when you are in broadcasting, you do kind of like, you're told right off the bat that you're expected to kind of make those sacrifices.
Politician,
whether you're in production or like on air,
accepting money from endless corporations and trying to tell us those companies
old
donated
school.
for years and got nothing in return. We've laid out some of the right-wing views and exploitative practices already. But even if it's only advertising, that's still unacceptable. You can't fundraise from viewers, claim they're your bosses on your site, and then pull a Facebook. I mean, it's a free country. You can. You just can't call yourselves progressives after doing so.
Just because it's not popular or not polling well doesn't mean you don't fight for it. After the 2024 election, when Trump won, the idea from Cenk and Anna was like, okay, listen, the right-wingers have a point. Tucker Carlson, he's a populist. He's against wars. I think he's going to convince the right wing that they're going to be against wars. And you know what? I want to do a speaking tour. I want to talk to the populist right. I want to talk to the Tucker Carlsons. I want to talk to the Charlie Kirks and Anna Kasparian. I want to talk to the Ben Shapiros. And Cenk specifically said, the problem with leftists is that you just can't have a beer with them. Charlie Kirk, I can have a beer with, and we can agree and disagree. And I would, paraphrase, Cenk could say, I believe, I believe people of color should have rights. And Charlie Kirk can go, shut up, Turk. Shut up, you greasy Turk. I don't care. Martin Luther King Jr. was, a menace to society. At the end of the day, Cenk can go have a beer with that. I'm like, no. I can have...
Damn, Spicy Dan.
There's a difference between my best friends from high school and their parents who maybe have voted Republican most of the time, but I can have a conversation with them and they're not disrespecting my race or my family or my gender identity because I've grown up with their kid. Right. And they can have some reasonable points. And frankly, because of me, they stopped watching as much Fox News. They started to, align with some Democrats. Like, there's a difference between that kind of discourse and people whose professional jobs it is, the Charlie Kirks, the Ben Shapiros, the Tucker Carlsons, their professional jobs it is to distort.
I get that running an indie news network is hard, and you got to chase the bag to an extent. I'm on a much smaller scale, and I have sponsors, including political ones. That's how I'm able to interview politicians on the issues I care about. I used to need those sponsors just to survive financially. However, I've never let that funding compromise my brand or my morals. My audience would absolutely tear me apart. Y'all are way too smart to not know what this pattern of behavior and business moves is doing to your integrity.
I used to proudly put on my LinkedIn that I worked with Anna Kasparian. I can't do that anymore. Not only just because she has made this right-leaning shift, I could give a good goddamn, right? But it's because her practice of journalism has diminished. She's not rigorous. She's more just trying to be like everything that she was supposedly fighting against in the 10 years that I had known of her, which is, stenographer journalism. This side says this side says this, we'll have to leave it there. Or we'll have to try to find something in the middle in order to appease some radical centrist, right?
We can't trust y'all anymore. I'm done making my point about the Young Turks, and I promised y'all I'd tie up my saga with Rashad Ritchie in this video. So let's land that plane.
Got to realize that we got to the end. I'm like, he hasn't talked about Rashad yet.
Those who weren't paying attention in the intro, he announced that he was suing me in one of his 2 response videos a couple weeks back, after I showed the world that he's a pathological liar.
You will be receiving a letter this week. If not this week, next week. You are being sued. Not only are you being sued by me, you're being sued by others. The institutions that you decided to defame are suing you as well. I'm giving you fair notice, fair warning. I'm sure I'm not supposed to tell you this, but I am.
Then he had his reporter homie Bobeth Yates write a fake investigation article in the Atlanta Voice. She also dropped a video. How did you conduct a whole investigation, but your only source is Rashad Ritchie himself? You didn't talk to Dr. Rockwood. That quote is from years ago. You didn't introduce any documents that he hadn't already shared on his YouTube that were heavily debunked by everybody who watched it. Y'all couldn't even stage the interview correctly.
Maybe I have more curiosity than the average person. But the reality is, it's not about the degrees. I've never shouted, I have a bunch of degrees.
It is about the degrees. I also mentioned your Alzheimer's cure helmet, your fake university you created to scam students in Florida in 2024. Scroll down just a little bit and you see 4 black people.
Gotta be careful with that one.
2 of them who
That's alleged.
appear to be related, who are all running a diploma mill. And the fake science.
Here at Pep Law, we tell broadcasters to say allegedly.
Scientific journal you published.
Be smarter.
All these papers in. Why is the only journal?
Damn it, Cam.
You can get.
You just went through a lawsuit scare. What are you doing?
Published in, based in India. His lazy ass YouTuber.
The balls on this
like
motherfucker.
Ben Dixon dropped videos trying to defend him by analyzing my script with AI instead of watching the video.
I don't have a horse in this race, even though Dr. Rashad Ritchie is my brother from another mother.
The worst part? Ritchie accused me of voting for Herschel Walker. Bro, what? My first basis for the claim that Ritchie isn't a real progressive is that Ritchie has been directly tied to multiple far-right conservatives for both mentorship and career assistance over the past 25 years or so.
You can't get enough of this Rashad Ritchie stuff? Well, good, Bandit, because you're about to get a lot more on the next hour on this space.
Now, Kersey, the British conservative who ran a party that praised Hitler, opposes
the lead, but
gays, and is anti-immigration, comes back.
As I said, though, Terminator timeline.
In the story here. He created the network of institutions where Ritchie got at least 6 of those fraudulent postgraduate degrees I accused him of holding. Chancellor and professor positions at the
at one point in the video, I think that I even say, oh, this is going to be unpopular.
Same fake colleges Rashad Ritchie got his degrees from. Light bulb.
It is exclusive, by the way. I filmed the content before I started stream today.
1 from European American University, 2 from Université de la Renaissance de Haiti, 2 from Universidad Empresarial in Costa Rica, and 1 from Western Orthodox University. Maybe that association isn't.
I just realized I think this is the first time that I've had to that I did film exclusive content for this space or even
concrete
this show.
Enough for you. I can see that. Let's try this one. Rashad is mighty proud of his dissertation from Schofield Seminary, a super conservative seminary in Modesto, California, run by Kenny Rhodes. Rhodes once said in a sermon, after reading off a stat about how most kids don't believe in the Holy Spirit as a living entity, quote, "This is a crisis on so many levels. Not being convinced of what the Bible says, being more influenced by the culture than biblical Christianity. It is a crisis in the nature of truth itself," end quote. Believe what you want to believe, but Rhodes is a strong conservative. You'll see his influence on Ritchie once I start reading Ritchie's Schofield dissertation, which is my second basis for this claim. Remember, this is y'all's progressive hero that I'm supposedly tearing down unfairly. Here, he calls Marxism the ancestor of progressivism. For everybody watching this who's tired of hearing the term Marxist online, they're essentially calling you a communist who wants to completely tear down capitalism and have the community own the resources, which would then make society more equitable. I don't think it's fair to put an equal sign between these two, since I'm sure plenty of progressives are chasing down every bag within this capitalism trap, and plenty more would have big problems with the lack of freedom citizens can have under communist governments. I would count myself among them. Quote, progressive gender ideology would seem to have little to do with science itself. And in fact, it is telling that this gender ideology often neglects any reference to biology and actual science entirely, end quote. We've covered this, but the gender spectrum isn't an ideology. That implies that it's entirely fabricated by progressives and has no natural influences. Animals, which is a category we belong to, express a range of sexual behaviors. And our reproductive cells express in different ways outside of the 2-gender dichotomy from birth. This is the type of thing.
That's why conservatives see their 2 male cats humping each other like, knock it off, you're not gay.
A conservative says. Here, he creates a wild straw man argument directed towards trans people, acting like progressives think a biological man or woman can magically transform into each other. Then, he not only claimed LGBT people have a collective agenda, but he thinks that agenda is to completely deny the scientific differences between a man and woman. They're not saying that, fam. You just made that up. This not only insults progressives' grip on what science is, it matches what conservatives cough up in their arguments. Here, he claims the average progressive is likely atheist. Here, he heavily implies that gay marriage opens the door to polygamy, a practice that's almost entirely practiced by heterosexual people. This also tracks with the need for conservatives to paint queer people as gateways to behavior they consider to be immoral. Whole time, straight men are the main ones doing it. Calls progressives Marxist again. Uses the constant expansion of the LGBT plus acronym to make a point about how progressives are out of touch with reality. I shouldn't have to address this, but I will. Some of those letters stand for gender identities, like non-binary and transgender. Some of them stand for sexualities and orientations, like ace or asexual, polyamorous, pansexual, etc. Anybody who's been on dating apps will recognize quite a few of these. The problem I see with conservatives who make claims like this is that they acknowledge
I thought ace meant solo.
some orientations while claiming others aren't real.
Then they were like, yeah, asexual. I was like, oh.
Most of them know what bisexual means.
That happened here.
And have accepted that it's a real thing. But when they're criticizing the queer community, it's the gay men and trans women who catch all the static. Y'all don't like bi men, but bi women are focused on less somehow. Still discriminated against, though. Y'all are selectively bigoted. Meanwhile, people who aren't interested in sex at all are also part of this community. Here, this man defends the ADF, the Alliance Defending Freedom, who we talked about earlier with Mike Johnson's ugly ass quote. Yeah, those people. He says that they're in fact nothing other than a defender of First Amendment protections of religious liberty.
Really?
Yeah, okay.
Wow.
Here, Richie claims, quote, the notion that there is a multiplicity of genders is a purely philosophical or ideological effort.
Okay, outside of like the degree mill shit, I didn't know that he held some of these opinions.
That has almost literally nothing to do with established biological science, end quote. This is false. For everybody who's already mad at how much I've mentioned queer people in this video, this part is for you. Remember the most recent inauguration speech, which I didn't watch, when Trump said this?
As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
In all his executive orders that followed that, he defined the two genders like this. Female is the one with the larger reproductive cell at conception, while male is the one with the smaller reproductive cell at conception. Besides the fact that these traits don't actually show up until 6 weeks after conception, it doesn't track with
It'll be interesting to see if Ben Dixon chimes in again.
Actually work, or with science.
Yeah, I mean, this definitely opened some doors for me, and I think that the coverage tonight, again, Terminator timeline.
This order was based on the 1972 work of Jeff Parker, who based it on the gametes, or reproductive cells, in men and women. Women have eggs, which are larger than sperm. All good so far, right? But nah, intersex people exist. They can be born with gametes that aren't fully viable, and some people don't produce gametes at all. If you're basing gender on the size of the reproductive cell, then what happens when someone's born different? I don't expect a lot of
They
critical
don't believe like we kind of went through this in chat today.
Greenest
Somebody was like intersex.
But
What?
come on, Rashad. Ain't you supposed to be a renowned biophysicist? Denying the connections of science to the gender spectrum is extremely non-progressive, fam. Full stop. Believe it or not, I'm actually going to end this on a positive note.
Oh, he already gave up. I know that you're not paying attention to it, but yeah, he already gave up on taking Greenland
Target Rashad
because they informed him that they already were going to allow America to have some army bases and just be like, yeah, you're not going to own our fucking country, dumbass.
Richie's involvement with Cop City.
Am I going to play it here via the space? No, actually, it's going to be it's going to run like it usually does.
Police training facility
show
in
up.
South DeKalb County.
I might be in chat. I had to film it early because I got something going on tonight. So
live in North DeKalb. Launched by
might be able to chat, like as I said, hang in chat for a little bit.
Mayor Andre Dickens. I know him personally. He used to be my boss at Georgia Tech. back in the Stone Age. ACLU of Georgia, which fights for civil liberties, left the task force for this project after Manuel Esteban Paez Terán was shot and killed by police while they were
I
trying
will be putting the VOD up, though, so if you guys do miss it tonight.
to clear protesters out. There were thousands of protesters. The residents did not want this project to move forward. The release of Terán's autopsy, showing he was shot 13 times, triggered the ACLU's departure. Another reason was the fact that the first meeting for this task force had a closed-door policy. 2 weeks.
You know what, Mitchell? I heard that. I actually heard that joke from someone else, but it was pretty funny. He'll think that like the classic mistake with Greenland, and he'll send a bunch of troops in their summer gear
Before the Atlanta City,
even though every commander's just like, sir, Greenland is not. That's remember, they're opposite.
Council voted 11-4 to approve it.
No, what do you mean? Why would they do that? I heard that they swapped it some time ago.
City government.
Oh my God! Could you imagine if like Emmanuel Macron like pulled a joke where it's just like, Mr. Trump, you know that you're going after the wrong one, huh? You know, technically, you know, they swapped it, so technically, yes, you want the green one. It's not on the ice like you think, huh?
Government announced.
You know what? President Top Gun told me that. Technically, I'm going to the right one, so summer gear it is, boys.
It would cost $67 million, a number that ballooned as high as $90 million plus when it was all said and done. Rashad was appointed to an advisory committee for this project by Mayor Dickens in March of 2023. And here's Rashad's comments about that appointment.
For full transparency, a few weeks ago, I was appointed to the Cop City Task Force by the mayor of Atlanta. I like the mayor of Atlanta. I have a lot of respect for him. He's wrong on this, okay? I was appointed to that committee. I know the official name of the committee. I don't call it that because that's not what mama them called it. I will call it the Cop City Committee, all right? Given what has continued to happen, given the reality of this movement being rejected by those who live in the city, somebody needs to rip up this damn contract, okay? Mama them in East Atlanta, where this facility is scheduled to be built, they don't want it. They don't want to hear helicopters while there's a mass shooting training. They don't want to see individuals come back and forth in militarized gear. This is not what they want for their community. Nobody posed the question to them.
I salute your coverage of the Cop City incident. I watched several videos y'all made about it, and they were all pretty good. I would speed up some of the teleprompter delivery, but I feel your passion. This is the version of you we legitimately need on the left. Not the version of you that built a religious grifter university with your friends in Florida, or falsified large parts of your academic history. Rashad claims my pieces have been executed in bad faith. If it was in bad faith, I would have blasted you for your criminal record.
Oh, Manuel, you found me over on YouTube.
Some other YouTubers have done already. I didn't, because I believe people can change, and it just wasn't relevant. I also could have brought up the text messages people sent me where you were harassing them during your time at the WAOK radio station, or lit your ass up
WAOK
for using your blackness to dangle crazy white people in front of us in your Karen videos for clicks, while
hi, you're calling Okie Dokie. We got you live.
Simultaneously claiming that you're fighting.
What do you got for us?
The good fight.
Sorry.
If you want to wear that hero cape,
WAOK.
Earn it by focusing on quality over quantity and being honest when you make mistakes, like the one you made when you claimed I'm being sued. TYT. Get it together. Dump all the right-wing sponsors and talking points. Vet your hosts more carefully and retire Jank and Adam.
He's spitting fire.
I really don't see a way back for those two.
Good
Their
advice.
naked ambition and refusal to admit when they're wrong has very clearly overshadowed the mission. But just like I said to Rashad, y'all have done a lot of good work since 2005 and even before that. The clout and the money just seem to have y'all lost right now. Progressives are hard on our own, and I don't see it as counterproductive. I see it as a necessity so that we don't become the people we're condemning.
You know what? Yeah. I mean, there's woke scolding, but then there is like this. That's like, this isn't woke scolding. This is legit just be like, bro, what the fuck happened to you?
Y'all got the information now. Can't say I didn't tell you.
Nice. Okay, so here, I'm going to link the video in the chat. Fantastic video. I was not intending on watching all of it, to be completely real with y'all. But I'm glad that we did, because this does lead into my coverage on this space, which will be an hour from now. I hope you guys can join on that one. That's going to be fun. But here, I'm going to hang out for a little bit. Let me pull up my screen. I'm going to hang out until the 420, and then I got to go. Yeah, and there's no dicking around, no Midwest goodbye tonight, guys. I hate to say. It's going to be a pretty hard out tonight. Oh, I don't care. I don't care about Trump's meltdown. I just don't care. I don't care anymore about him. Honestly, if we just stopped caring and just pointed out like how he's losing his riz, that's the things that would really get to him. Because he's got that syndrome where it's just like, look, everybody's looking at me. Everybody loves what I have to say. Everybody has. You're all listening to me. I'm the man of the hour. And then, you stop giving him the attention. Then he's gonna do it. He's gonna do the. Why is nobody paying attention to me? Why is nobody paying attention to me? You know what? I'm gonna go start World War III. Then maybe you'll pay fucking attention to me. I think that's why. Realistically, I was making a joke at first, but I do think that's it. It's like most people do not want him to feel like he's not being listened to, because he might turn straight up dangerous at that point if he feels like he's getting irrelevant. Stan is very hungry, please, sir. Oh, yes. Well, I think I gave him his treats, didn't I? Just in case. Just in case. Make sure that he gets them. He might be doubling up. He might not be. Oh boy. That's for Bandit. Thank you for the 5 again. Appreciate that. What else we got? All right. Just got some hanging. All right. So I'm going to hang out. I'll be right back. I got to go take care of something real quick. So I'm going to put Stan on the screen. He's going to take over for a second. Look at him. Look at him. He's such a good co-host. Oh. Great. Dog's feeling a little. Aw. He's got his toy. Funny. He will not let me not have that toy in here. He got mad at me when I was cleaning. He just held it. It's just like, okay, man, okay. It's always a lamb chop. I don't know. It's like the one thing that always got to have one of those in the house now. He's a good doggo. Yeah, he is. He's been chilling for the entire stream tonight. Pretty proud of him. Okay, what did I do? Sweet. Yeah, I'm actually kind of excited. Like I said, I haven't done this before with this space where I pre-recorded my stuff. Obviously, I didn't have a chat. So, DJX, is he in here? Are you? Crap. I was kind of hoping he was because, yeah, there might be. I don't know. If you guys see DJX in chat, just tell him, like, all right, man, you're probably not going to like this one. Although, I don't know. I don't know if he's changed his mind at all. I mean, I have. As a Rashad Ritchie fan, as somebody that has watched a lot of his content and continued to even after I unsubbed and everything from TYT. Nah, this is a bridge too far. How old is he? He's 8? Yeah, 8. Yeah, he's like actually kind of old for his breed, but we take very good care of him. Does the Casaquin and all that, which is, yeah, it's a godsend. Got to keep, specifically with his breed, he's got like the center spine that you have to kind of watch out for because like he's, you know, a long ass dog. It's kind of like the same thing with like Great Danes and just bigger breeds. But he's got the, like the flex, his arms. Technically his front legs. That's so weird. So the arms? Uh-oh. I think that I might have had that high moment where I'm just like, is it technically arms? I don't know, man. Are his paws hands? Are those front paws hands? They got claws? I don't know, man. I don't know. It's crazy. You could tell that I definitely got a little bit baked during that video. Oh, man. But it was fun. We've had fun today, right? I think it can be called hands. Yeah, I think so. Oh, yeah, so that Aurora Hotel thing that I was talking about? Yeah, man. Gerald Foos, once the owner of the Manor House Hotel in Colfax Avenue in Aurora, where he outfitted more than a dozen rooms with fake ceiling vents so that he could watch people having intercourse. He started it in the mid-60s and continued for decades. He never got caught. They found this when they sold the fucking building. In 1980, he wrote to a veteran journalist, Gay Talese, who was soon to publish Neighbor's Wife, the landmark exploration of the America's sexual revolution that swiftly became a bestseller, who said that he had information that might be useful to the book or possibly a future book for nearly 4 decades later. New Yorker magazine this week publishing The Voyeur Motel by Gay Talese, an extensive investigation into voyeurism, specifically how Foos bought the motel to achieve his uncontrollable desire to peer into people's lives, including their most private sexual moments, which he said both of his wives supported. On July 12th, Talese's book, The Voyeur Motel, will be published by blah, 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 blah. It's my life, my secret life, said Foos, who lives in the Metro Denver area with his second wife. He's not sure what to expect when the story gets out, but because he's under contract, he says that he can't comment. I think the book will create a real situation. Let's put it that way. Foos told the Denver Post on Monday, "I don't know if I'm ready for anything. To be honest with you, I'm just a poor soul." No! He's just a poor soul who was an illegal voyeur. Lynn Kimbrough, spokeswoman for the Denver District Attorney's Office, said the statute of limitations has passed on any crimes connected to his voyeurism. When Talese visited Denver in 2013, however, he was looking into details of a murder that Foos said he witnessed in one of the motel rooms in 1977, but never reported to authorities. What the fuck? He thinks that his greatest voyeur He thinks he's the greatest voyeur in the world. He doesn't want to be seen as a peeping Tom, but as a voyeur, not as a perv, but as an observer of human nature. It's an art. The fuck? Talise spent much of his time with Foos, making trips to Colorado, including... I don't want to know what they did together. Oh my god! Where Foos grew where Foos grew up, a child of German-American farmers at age 9. I looked beyond the home to learn what I could about people's private lives, but in some ways, Foos remains a mystery. He lied many, many times. The question is, did he make up the murder? Why would he? If he got into any trouble with the law, it would be associated. He could be associated with. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, he said that he first met Foos in the 80s. Oh my god. Wow, that really goes like into it. Yeah, guys, and this was published when? 2016. 2016. This was April 2016. Holy crap, dude. Yeah, guys. And the guy never got caught. Had the balls to kind of just be like, I was never a peeping Tom. I was a voyeur. I was expressing my love of seeing the human condition. Dude, what a creep. Oh. Okay. Not sure if you guys knew about that. Here, I'm gonna link that though. Yeah, it was the Denver or something. Wait, what? Where did it go? Okay. Never mind. Oh. Oh my god, they made a documentary about it? Oh, it's on Netflix. It's called Voyeur. Oh. Oh. Guys. Did you know that? Oh, I got a buddy upstairs. The Paxman's here. You guys know the Paxman? Well, some of y'all know the Paxman. Sad to think that 2026 started 10... yeah, it did. Oh my god. It's been 10 years. Oh my god, it's been 10 years of this motherfucker. It's just... it's a lot. Probably saw who was going to be elected and decided he would be celebrated and cheer on like Trump. I mean... Scroll over to the Masked Truth. Oh shit. Here, I'll be right back. We're gonna wrap up the stream here in a minute. I got one more thing I want to do with y'all. Here, I'll set it up for everybody too, because it's a good one. It's a quick segment. I mean, real quick. We got some crazy Candace. I just gotta go take care of something real fast. Okay, cool. All right, let's take care of this. Crazy Candace. All right, so this is in Candace's words why she stopped being friends with Dave Rubin.
Hand to God, this happened. Hand to God. Dave Rubin hired a person who worked with me on my team, not exclusively for me, at Prager University, and that he was very young. If I had to guess, he was 18 years old. It might have been 19, young, just starting, and he was ready for the next step in his career. He then decided he was going to move to Miami to work for Dave and his husband. So he says to us, we were friends. We're going to, hire him. And it's so crazy. He has a really rigid Christian household, and his parents are fearful for him to come work for two homosexuals in Miami. And I was like, that's so ridiculous. Like, what do they think is going to happen? Fast forward, I see Dave Rubin again, hand to God. And he says to me and my husband that him and his husband, and I would tell you this kid was extremely shy. One of those kids that blushes very easily and just a shy kid, just a normal shy kid.
Man,
and he said,
we
think he's secretly gay. And so we've been egging him to just experiment and to hook up with a guy or to see that's what it is. We think that that's why he's so shy. He's diagnosing this young male as suffering from repressed homosexuality because he's shy.
Right.
I don't know.
Okay,
does he
no, never
recognize
mind.
that nobody even...
Wow, did she just interview a shit ton of people in the same day, or is this just her Tim Pool new outfit thing?
Thinks this way. The idea of me prodding the narrative about whether or not one of my employees is a virgin or whether they've slept with men.
Tim Pool dresses like he's trying to be a NPC character, where it's just no matter what time you sign into the video game, he's always wearing the same thing.
And that's not normal. That's not a normal thinking pattern. Okay. What ends up happening is he then says that they compelled him or supported him, not compelled him, but pushed him to go on a date with a guy and to have his first kiss. Shortly thereafter, the kid quit and moved to, if I'm correct, Texas is where he moved to. And I was very happy that he did that because it was very obvious to me that they were grooming him into thinking he was a homosexual because he was just probably an inexperienced, shy kid. That's the reason I stopped being friends with Dave Rubin. I never shared that story until the audacity of this person who has told me about how he's done drugs with Peter Thiel.
Wait, is that Dale Earnhardt Jr.?
He likes to live above his means, and he told me that he needed $5 million.
Baron Coleman. I was like,
to
the fuck is Dale Earnhardt Jr.
buy some house in some swanky neighborhood. So he went to his friend, billionaire Peter Thiel, and asked for $5 million. So Peter Thiel gives him $5 million with friends like these, right? It's great. I mean, it's amazing.
Who among us?
But Peter Thiel then asked for a percentage, I'm going to loan you this money, but if I'm going to be the bank of Thiel, you're going to pay interest. And he was, I can't believe.
Me and Tim Pool. Whoa, you could draw us and we'd be wearing the same thing probably, statistically speaking. Oh, wait, that's not, I'm making fun of myself. Damn it.
He's a billionaire. This should be a drop in a bucket. He could just give me the $5 million and he's going to make me pay interest. He's literally talking trash about a guy that loaned him $5 million.
Yeah.
Right? Currently, he had loaned him $5 million. He was talking trash about him. So I just wanted to say that because that's actually what happened. That's the real reason I stopped being friends with him. And the audacity of him to then lie when he knew better than anybody how close me and Charlie were. Hand to...
Yeah. So there was the context to that was missing. I kind of wish she would have had that at the beginning of that clip, was the fact that Dave Rubin went out on Twitter, and we read the tweet, I think it was yesterday, right? Where she was, she brought it up and said that, let's see, can I find it? No, I'm not even gonna screw with that. But Dave Rubin was essentially just saying I have some tea to spill. Candace actually hated Charlie, and she said that to me in confidence, and it was just well, okay. Number one, pretty sure that he was ready to burn that bridge for, I guess for reasons. In his case, it's more than likely because he's kind of the definition of a grifter. I mean, that's how you know he's a grifter when he starts doing the oh well, now I'm gonna turn on the right. It's okay. Question is, does he stay with politics? Don't know. But... all right, guys, we got 2 minutes here. So what? Hello, Adelaide Audits, 100%. Hey, Adelaide, welcome to the show. I appreciate you stopping by. If you are new here and you haven't already, please consider hitting that like button or double tapping that screen. Really helps out my stream. And yeah, sub to the channel because we have fun here. Unfortunately, I have to end stream, but I am going to leave you guys on this space, which I will be back on at 8 o'clock. Terminator timeline, where I will not be live, but it is exclusive content that you have not seen. Pendulous Dragon, what up, what up? Been lurking whilst cleaning. I appreciate that. Thank you. I always appreciate when people use me as like their cleaning podcast, because you know what? I listen to like Kyle Kalinske and stuff like that. Let's see, what's my like go-to podcast? The Regs, which is a comedy podcast with Dan Soder, Bobby Kelly, and Luis J. Gomez. But in 30 seconds, I'm betting on a private business move. Oh, interesting. You're good. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. What subject in politics? I'm a Trump man. Well, Mark Travis, I'm not a Trump man, but I do welcome you here to have a conversation. Hit the subscribe button, and then we can have it on my next stream because I unfortunately do have to start wrapping up here. But right now is the most important thing. It is 4:20 on the stream here. I have been on for 4 hours, 20 minutes. You guys know what that means. I will be right back. And that also means I must wrap up stream. So, you're firing up right now. Hell yeah, hell yeah. You voted since 84? Wow. Yeah, Mark, Travis, I'm not even kidding. We may be ideologically opposed, but I'm more interested in having a open discussion and hearing your points of view. You came in here very respectful, so yeah, like I said, obviously, I am going to do the YouTube thing, like I was saying, hit the like, subscribe, but I mean it. Like, subscribe to the channel so you can come back to the stream. I would like to have a back and forth, but unfortunately, do not have the time right now. I do have to wrap up. So, I appreciate you guys hanging out tonight. On my way out, as I said, I'm going to spam the link for this space. And you guys can go watch live right now. You're a family man, but you got lives in the family? Cool. No, Mark Travis, I appreciate you being here, man. I appreciate your candor. Like, you came in here. I appreciate you being honest and open about it. And yeah, seems like you're quite curious. So that's good. That's good. Yeah, but I have got to go. No Midwest goodbyes for me. Love y'all. I appreciate you guys checking out the stream. As I said, head on over to this space and you guys can see some awesome content over there. And at 8 o'clock, that's in just under an hour, you guys can catch me live with content that you have not seen. So, and I do recommend, because we covered that Cam James? Yeah, Cam James video. So, all right, guys, I gotta go. I love y'all. I will see you tomorrow. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.